Hello, good morning. Welcome to Sewing Street on a Sunday morning. We've got 4 live hours for you, absolutely jam-packed full of fabrics, of bundles, of special offers, of amazing sewing machines with huge reductions, a brand new book for you launching later on today as well. And Adelle Rowland is in the house. I'm down with the kids. It is a Sunday morning. We can do what we like. So welcome along, 8 o'clock in the morning, nice and bright and early. So as usual, we're going to bring you a special offer launching right here, right now, reduced price, as long as we have the stock or for the rest of the day. So we call this our early bird, and today's early bird is a really useful creative grids ruler that I think you're going to find invaluable if you don't have one already. So we have the creative grids have these spots on the back of them, and they're grippy spots, which means it's not going to slip on your fabric. This ruler measures up to 12 inches by 6.5, 12.5 by 6.5. So it's perfect for quilters because you've got your 1/4 inch increments, so your 1/4 inch guide around the edge of those as well. We have 60, we have 45, and we have 30-degree lines. What you also have on anything Creative Grids is a QR code. Now this means that if you're brand new to using Creative Grids or any kind of rulers, if you hover your QR scanner on your smartphone or your tablet over this, if you don't have one yet, download it, they're free. And then that will take you straight to a video on YouTube of somebody demonstrating and explaining how to use the ruler. Now, if you don't have a QR code reader, then go on to YouTube anyhow and just type in Creative Grids. And if you put non-slip rectangle ruler, you're going to find it there anyway. So you can have a look at that if you like before you place your order. £2 saving, that's not to be sniffed at. These type of rulers are the kind of things that you're just going to use so often. And this is a nice compact size if you don't have lots of storage space. This is easily going to go into your sewing machine bag. So it's clear, so obviously you can see through it, but we've also got the black and white increments on here, so you can see on any colour of fabric. The markings are really going to stand out. Useful for quilters as well, because I'm just going to pop this on a piece of fabric. Because the numbers down the side here, you've actually got your 1/2 inch increments, so you can measure your 1.5 inches, 2.5, 3.5, 4.5, or you can just go for the inches 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that goes across as well. So this is a ruler that's made by quilters for quilters, but is used by more than just quilters, because if you want to cut a straight line, you need a ruler, don't you? So £2 saving. If you'd like to order, then do feel free. You can order on the website, which is sewingstreet.com, or you can go to the phone lines, which is 0800 001 4433, and that is a UK free phone number. Very rarely will you have a reduced price on a Creative Grids ruler. That's the thing with the early birds. We don't go through all of our warehouse stock thinking, what do we need to get rid of? We like to bring you a genuine discounted offer for something that you're going to find really useful. This is a back in stock, so last time we sold it out at £14.99. We've managed to get it back again. We know it's a great seller. We don't have to reduce the price, it'll sell anyway, but we just want to be able to bring you a really great offer on a product for a day, and this is it. Now you'll notice if you're new to us that underneath the price here it says £3.95 P&P all day. So although £3.95 and a £12.99 product, you may think, oh, hang on a minute, I'm going to have to think about that. If you come back again later on, you think, oh, all that fabric, I want to order all of that. No more postage to pay. If you think, what, I need a ham. No more postage to pay. I want somewhere to store my rulers. No more postage to pay for the whole of the rest of the day. I want an excellent 780 plus sewing machine with over £600 saving. It's really heavy as well, I can't lift it. No more postage to pay. So once you've paid your £3.95, anything else for the rest of the day, all the way through to midnight tonight, is free P&P. Who have we got this morning? Angie, are we there? Have we got Pauline? Have we got Morag? Morag, have you been on nights again, or are you still on call? Did you get any sleep? We've got Alan this morning. We haven't had Teddy for a while. Where are just looking on? Oh, morning Morag. She's ready for a great meal. She is still on call. Oh, Angie's there as well. Morning Angie. What about Dawn? Dawn, we've got Dawn. Got Dawn. Got Kirsty. They were here on Thursday. Have we got Pam? Have we got Pauline? Are we all there? Name check. I'm doing a register in my mind. Latecomers can stand in the corner. We'll stop talking about them when they come. We can talk about anybody that's not there at the moment. Join me on Facebook. It's the Sewing Street TV Facebook page, and I'm right there at the moment refreshing my community page throughout the course of the day. So if you want to come and say morning, or let us know what you're up to, or if you've got any questions, if you have particularly dressmaking questions in this hour, it would be nice to hear from you. We'll do as we can to solve your problems. Or you can drop us an email if you like, which is studio@sewingstreet.com. We have Kat and Joe. Kat's producing, Joe's directing, so Kat's going to be in charge of emails today, and Joe's responsible for going from one camera to another to running out and going behind the cameras, and that's over the top. That one's there. That one's there. There. And then that one's there again. See, he's good. He's good. Doesn't always do as he's told, though. I can be doing this for ages and he'll go up there. It's just. We do have about 15 cameras in the studio, so I don't understand how it can be confusing. We're having a new studio. I might have mentioned about 300 times. Apparently, it's going to happen next month, and we have lots of cameras in there. That's your early bird. It's like, oh, it's been like being flashed by the paparazzi in here this morning. Oh, look. We also have, well, this is what we're going to be featuring in the show today. We have, oh no, it's not that one, is it? I did put it right next to me so I could do that. And I did reach over for the one that we're not featuring at the moment. Just rewind a second. This is the dress that we're going to be featuring today. It's a so different everyday chic dress. So we have, it's actually behind me at the moment, you've probably seen it already. Size-wise, here we go from a size 8 to a size 26. If you have a look on the website on sewingstreet.com, you should see a picture of this, which will show you the amount of fabric that you're going to need for the size that you like. But just generally, if you are, the size 8 will be 33 inches on the bust, going up to 50¼ inches on the size 26, and all sizes in between there. So always important to go for your measurements, not for your actual dress size as you would buy in a shop, because they can vary no end. So that's £14.99. Hold the line. Hold the line. So you would have thought, wouldn't you, that coming to a retailer like us, it would be an awful lot more affordable to go directly to the designer and go to her own website. Now, feel free, if you wanted to visit So Different's website, then you can do, and you can buy this here, and you'll pay £3 more. So, well, you know, just putting that out there. Sorry, Laura, if you're watching, but you know we've got a better deal than you've done yourself. So again, that's £14.99. You'll find So Different's patterns really, really easy to use. All of the different sizes are in different colours, so they're easy to identify, and they're made on proper paper. Well, tissue paper's proper paper, I know, but this is like on really nice quality paper that's going to last and last and last. Now then, we also have some fabric for you. These are 3-metre bundles. So there's enough in here to make all of the sizes. So first of all, we have a square fancy fabric. It looks a little bit like a denim, like a lightweight denim, but it's got a really nice drape to it. If I just open a little bit out, I'm not getting the whole 3 meters. Ooh. So you can see it's quite lightweight. So £29.49 is less than £10 a metre, which is such good value for money. And I'm in my, oh yes, all Kat says pair of white sandals and a big white hat. But it's a lovely, breathable, 100% cotton, lightweight, summer weight of fabric. So if you're going to make this dress for the summertime, you've got the perfect fabric for it. It's really comfortable and it's very easy to sew with as well. So that's 3 meters for your £29.49. If you wanted to go for the fabric that has been used on the dress here, that's a little bit heavier weight of denim. So I'm thinking more going into autumn, winter, the cooler weather maybe now. Again at £29.49. So it is denim, but a little bit heavier than the cotton that you see there. but it's not like 1970s loon pants, jeans, kind of heavyweight denim. This is nice and soft. And again, that's going to be easy to work with. So again, £29.49 is your price there. That's good. We've got a couple of linens for you here as well. These are unusual for a linen because they've got texture and they're soft and they're pretty much crease resistant. Yeah, you're going to get creases, but nowhere near the amount that you would do with a normal weave of linen. So they are 100% linen. Linen being, the more you wash it, the softer it gets and the easier it is to iron anyway. Linen is one of the most breathable and absorbent fabrics, which is why it's worn so much in hot countries. So it is perfect for the weather that we had last week. But the rain this morning. It was torrential. Good for the garden. Just good for the garden. Don't like driving in it, but good for the garden. So that's the pink. Cat producer in my ear hole actually made a bag out of that. And it's rather lovely. It was the lavender one, sorry, not the pink one, wasn't it? We also have the taupe. And again, £34.99 for linen. Linen's it's one of the most expensive fabrics, isn't it? Made from flax, but all very, very natural. Again, at £34.99 for 3 metres. Love the texture on that as well. Right. Now, you may have noticed a huge rainbow, that's heavy, bundle of fabric that we have across the front here. We don't have a lot of these, but we do have a fantastic price for you. I've done a couple of shows with this fabric and it tends to sell out really quickly, and I don't think today is going to be any different because it was selling before we even came live this morning. So we do have a large amount of stock, larger than normal, but we do have a large amount of you that are buying this at the moment. So if I took you through every one of these colours, we'll probably be here for the rest of the hour, and Adelle's getting a little bit bored in the corner of the studio at the moment. But look, there are 21.5 metres altogether in a kaleidoscope of colours, from greys to blacks to greens to turquoise to all the different shades of blues and lilacs, purples, pinks, reds, brown. That doesn't quite go in the sequence there. And then reds and orange and yellow. Just thought to point that out, yeah. All the way through to white. So £136.11. You're actually getting 2 metres free. Can we work out how much that is a metre? Or for a half metre might be easier. These are all half metre lengths. I'll just take one out just to show you what you're getting. So they're not a bundle of fat quarters. These are half metre lengths. Woo, in a knot. So 112 centimetres wide, and it's really nice quality. You can see the weight. You can see the weight, and it's not see-through. Sorry, how much was that? £3.16 for half a metre. A great opportunity for you to stock up on your stash. You'll always have a colour there for borders and sashing and linings to match whatever it is. £1.58 a fat quarter. And you get all of those colours. I would say that's half the price you'd expect to pay. For an average fat quarter, you would expect to pay, what, £2.99, £3.99, £3.50, that kind of price. That's the price that you're getting for half a metre of these. And it doesn't go off. They don't go out. Colours don't go out of date, do they? So this is the kind of thing that you can really build up and have that kind of resource of any colour of fabric that you wanted. I mean, you could use these on your own. You can make an amazing rainbow quilt. Some of these are available on their own if you have a look on the website. Some of them aren't. Some of the colours are only available in the bundle here. So again, that's £136.11 while we have the stock. Very busy for those at the moment. Lots of those have gone already. And I've got lots of stock, but it is dwindling somewhat. Right, now have a look on the website for anything else that you need. If you need a new sewing machine, if you need some pins and needles or anything like that, then do take a look, have a perusal if you like, and I'll introduce you to Adele in a second, and we're going to do a bit of dressmaking. But meanwhile, have a look at the 2 ways that you can order from us.
Shopping with us couldn't be easier. If you want to shop online, then you can head to our website, www.sewingstreet.com. It will redirect you to our sister channel Jewellery Makers landing page. Don't worry, you haven't gone to the wrong place. We're simply using their website temporarily while we're building our own web shop. Scroll down past the Watch Live part and you'll see all of the products that you will have seen on air on today's live show. You can also shop our catalogue by clicking a category, clicking a product to view closer and adding it to your basket. Once you're ready to check out, you will need to create an account, which is absolutely free to do so, but it will mean that you can check out on as many orders as you want throughout the day with still only paying one postage and packaging. If you'd prefer to speak to somebody in our UK-based customer service team, then you can do so via the free telephone line number 0800 001 4433. They will not only help you create an account, but will also help you with any of your online shopping. If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Well, welcome back again, and welcome back to you too.
Thank you for having me.
That's fine. Just before we get started, Adelle, I've got to. Everyone's checking in, so I need to say hello to Kirsty and to Caroline, morning, and to Glenys, morning, Glenys. Dawn's still not here, so we can talk about her. Oh, that. Or Barbara's here. Hi, Barbara. Ellen's here. Hi, Ellen. Morning to you. I think we're all checked in and up to date so far.
They all got their cup of tea.
Hope so. We're all ready, aren't we?
Yeah.
It's 3.5 hours now. So first of all, how do you find the pattern? Is it a simple one?
Yes. Again, it's a brilliant pattern. I've had no difficulty with any of these So Different patterns. They are all brilliant for first-time dressmakers. So don't ever be put off with all the different types if you haven't made anything before. Just go ahead and do it. So this one has, like the others have had, on the back, there is a 5-star rating. So this has a 2-star rating.
Oh, does that mean it's not very good? I want a 5-star.
So it's sort of very good for a beginner, and it has 3.5 hours as the time, which I think would be...
That's good.
Yeah.
I'd normally say a day to make a dress.
Yeah, and I think that would include cutting out as well, because again, there are no zips, no buttons. So it's brilliant for a first-time dressmaker. So
I think Laura's very... she's a very clever designer as well, because there's always something in the patterns that's a little bit unusual, that looks as though it's going to be a challenge.
Yes, and we both commented as well on the pockets
Yes.
of these patterns are always amazing. And I know Kat earlier said how good these pockets were. Look how deep they are. You could fit all sorts in there, couldn't you?
I love a pocket, just for my hands. You know,
Yeah, just to walk around, just
yeah.
like that. Yeah, this one has also got, this I'll
Yeah.
talk about later, it's also got some lovely pockets on as well. So because it's got no fastenings, you need to have something that will bring the shape in. And what this pattern actually has is some shearing. Okay, so I know shearing makes people panic straight away because it seems complicated, but it really isn't. It really isn't. So there's 2 options of shearing on this pattern. This is the back piece, which is on both versions. So if I turn this around, you can see that it pulls the back really nicely in there. It's a nice big panel there. Then it also gives the option of having the shearing just under the bust if you wanted more of a fitted look. But you can also leave those ones out and have it as more of a comfortable, relaxed fitting dress. Okay. So shearing, have you ever done shearing before?
Yeah, I love it.
Do you?
Yeah.
So it's one of those things, isn't it? Once you've done it first time, you fall in love with it.
It's not, once you understand where to put your thread.
Yes.
It's just sewing in straight lines.
Yeah,
it's really
and
easy.
it's really effective.
Yeah.
It gives a really nice finish. So for our shearing, we should always put it in our bobbin. And also, that's another important part, that we don't use the winder on the bobbin to put your elastic in. You hand wind it up. So it does take a little bit longer.
Have a go. Because it's so much fun when it's like letting a balloon go before you knot it. You'll take the elastic off then and just go.
So the elastic goes in the bottom, and then you just have your normal thread on top. And with this, I just did the normal stitch. So the thread, so the elastic is on the wrong side. And on the pattern piece, it actually tells you where to sew. And this is in a zigzag. So we go across, down, across, down, across, down. And there are 8 lines.
Right.
Now, the one thing I didn't know about the first time I did shirring was the importance of steaming it after.
Yeah, it shrinks the elastic.
Yes, yes, because the first time I did it, it didn't shrink. And I was thinking I've done something wrong because it's not pulling in as I expect it to. So don't be afraid, get your iron, good steam, and really, it just magic, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just
And I think you find as well that the first line that you sew doesn't look as though it gathers very much.
No.
And then when you come back down again, it seems to gather a bit more, then gather a bit more.
Yeah.
But you're right, with the steam, it just goes...
Yeah, and also don't be frightened if it's gathering. Just hold it with both hands and take it slowly through the machine. And I use the edge of the foot to actually make sure that my stitches were equal width.
Yeah.
But also if you went a little bit out.
You wouldn't notice, would you?
Because it's all shrunk in. And look how effective that would be on the back. I think it's just so pretty.
And do you know, it's a lot easier than a dart, isn't it?
Yes.
Where you'd have to, particularly on plain fabric, be really accurate if you're doing 2
Yes.
darts.
And also to get that point really nice and crisp,
Yeah.
sometimes can be very, very difficult. So it's a really nice feature to have some shearing on this.
Yeah.
And I've actually got another dress that I'm excited to do with some shearing as well, just because it's comfortable.
Yeah.
Just pull it on. If you've had something to eat, I have got a dress where I've got it here and I call it my pudding panel. Because if I've eaten some pudding, it's fine because it's comfortable. I can spend all day in that dress rather than after a dinner I've got to go and get changed into my PJs.
How much do you eat?
Oh, I love my puddings. Give me a pudding any day. We went for afternoon tea last week and
Oh, posh.
well, it was our wedding anniversary, so we took our girls for the first time.
Is that where in Wales?
Yeah, we 13-year wedding anniversary, so we all went for afternoon tea, ate loads of cake. I didn't have my pudding panel on that day. Right, I should stop talking about my eating habits, shouldn't I? Right, so I'm going to talk as well about the pockets, because also I've noticed with the So Different patterns, they always begin on the pockets.
All right.
This one began on the pocket. The scoop one that I did last time we came was the pocket. So it's a nice feature, and I've already done one side already. Okay, so it's a really nice scoop pocket, this one is. And again, look how lose all sorts.
Oh, you could fill that with mint imperials, couldn't you?
Oh, imagine wearing this dress when you're sewing though. You could put all sorts in there,
Yes,
couldn't you?
yeah.
Your scissors, threads.
Sewing machine.
Oh yeah, more fabric. You can hide the fabric from the other half, can't you? Oh, I've had this for ages.
This old thing.
Yeah. Right, so another thing as well, when I cut out plain fabrics, I find it difficult to remember which side is the right side and the wrong side because obviously they look the same.
Yeah.
So when I cut out this pattern, I just popped a little pin in to tell me that they're the right side because then I know that they are facing each other. So these are the 2 pattern pieces, as you can see, huge pockets. And this one is going to match up with this side here. So it's going to be like so. All right. Right, so let me grab my pins. Here we are. Now, do you remember last time we talked a lot about notches? That was
Here we
my
go.
favourite. But there aren't any notches at this point, don't worry. Just line up the edges, and it's 1.5 centimetres seam allowance, which is a pretty standard seam allowance for dressmaking, which is good because also it helps have that good seam allowance that we can make adjustments. You know,
Yeah.
if we were between sizes, I've had a few patterns before where I'm between a size 10 and a size 12, and then I can almost make an 11 by sort of taking that seam allowance a little bit smaller at certain points.
That's not going to affect the cut of the dress, is it? Because it's such a small amount.
Yes, and that's what's really lovely about it. You can actually do it exact point that you need to do it. So say that if you had just a little bit of a wider hip but a very narrow waist, you can just let it out very slightly. But sometimes before I do the final seam, I might just do like a basting stitch if it was something that I really needed to be fitted well. I do a basting stitch, check that the fit's right, and then go along, and then I can go into the seam allowance.
That's a good idea, because I was just going to ask you if you'd make a toile, but if it's only a small adjustment like that, then that's a good idea.
Like you said earlier, it's always very important to take your measurements and look at them with every pattern.
Yeah.
Even if you've used So Different before, I still did the same thing, took my measurements and checked what size I would be. And
because of course it's a different size if you had pudding or not.
oh yeah. Oh, banoffee pie is my favourite pudding. But yeah, if you...
I'm partial to a crumble.
Ooh, custard or ice cream?
Oh, ice cream.
Oh, I go custard.
Do you?
Yeah.
Oh no, I like that combination of something cold melting over some... Anyway.
Oh, we're getting everyone thinking of their food. Puddings at this early in the morning. Okay, right, so I'm going to start with my line of stitching down and round on this beautiful new machine. Right. There we go.
We've got the machine coming up later on, so we're going to take a closer look at this at 11 o'clock. But it is reduced in price. Have a look on the website.
Oh, it's lovely.
Pretty colour, this pink, though, isn't it?
Oh,
The
yes.
linen.
Do you know what I thought of when I saw this? I thought of a really nice sort of wedding outfit. Because it looks formal enough with the linen and with the texture on, but it would be cool enough that you could spend all day in it.
Yeah.
Because obviously with weddings, sometimes you're outside for the photos and it can get quite hot, and then back inside for the reception. So let me just pull that up, turn that round. I keep trying to go and get the back, but it's got an automatic foot on this.
So you should have been in Australia at a wedding at the moment.
Yes, my sister.
What was your outfit like?
Well, we cancelled it very early on, so
right.
I hadn't got to that point. I had got dresses for my girls sorted, but we've not made those because I thought, well, we'll save them till when we do go. But yeah. Right. Here we go. Okay. Now what we're going to do is turn our pocket the right way out.
Right.
Okay, but we don't need to press it at this point. Okay, so don't worry about pressing that curve out because we're going to put right size to right size with our front piece now. Okay, so let me pop those pieces away.
There's not actually many pieces to this, are there?
No, so there's two sleeves which are raglan, so no inserting of sleeves either.
Yeah.
You've got the back, the skirt and the front skirt, so yeah, it's a brilliant. Actually, I can probably see why it takes 3.5 hours.
Yeah.
Because
has it got a seam on the sleeve? Just
no,
one
it's
piece?
a raglan.
Oh, lovely.
So it's a nice, comfortable sleeve, and it's got a nice length as well to that sleeve. So you could take it up higher if you wanted to, if you wanted more of a cap sleeve. But I think it's a lovely, flattering shape on that. And then you've got obviously two versions of the neckline as well. So you can have the V-neck here, but you can also go straight across if you didn't want that V-neck.
Yeah.
But the picture on the front, she's actually made it in a more drapier fabric, and the V-neck is relaxed out.
Oh, nice.
Doesn't that look lovely?
Yes, yeah.
I didn't think about sort of a more drapier fabric.
Yeah.
I thought, yeah, that was really nice. Right, so our pocket, we've now got right sides, and we're going to put our right side with the edge onto there.
Okie doke.
Okay, so this point can look a little bit confusing because we've got our pocket the right side out, but we've got to flip it back and then it will all make sense once that's in there. So just pin this down here. There we go. Right, we're whizzing through this. I can see now why it's such a great pattern. Oh, there we go.
So how come there's no notches?
I'm not sure actually, because it is a curve, so maybe because it's quite a sloping curve.
Yeah.
Because I know on the last one we had quite a few notches, didn't we, on that scoop pinafore,
Yeah.
to make sure that those pocket pieces stayed together. here we are. There we go. Oh, there we are. So let me take my pins out now from knowing which side's right side to right side. So I've done this nice long stitch length here, and now we're going to put that back through, and as if by magic we have our beautiful pocket. Whoop.
That's so easy. Well, so easy and so different, shall we say?
Yeah, there we go. And there's our lovely pocket.
So would you top stitch that?
Well, the instructions don't say top stitch, but it would be really nice actually to make a nice crisp edge.
Yeah.
I'm just going to iron that to make sure that that's nice and crisp. I am partial to a top stitch.
I like a bit of top stitching.
Yeah, I think it just makes it nice and
Yeah.
finishes the garment, doesn't it?
But while you're just pressing, I did
Yeah.
have a question. I'm sorry, I can't remember who from on my Facebook page about tracing off patterns.
Yes.
How do you do it?
Okay, so tracing off patterns, you need to first of all have some nice paper to trace onto, so you can get some Swedish tracing paper, or if you can't get any of that, I sometimes use freezer paper.
Oh, right.
Yes.
Because that's going to stick to your pattern as well, isn't it?
Yeah, so it's really nice, and also you can see through it, and it will last because it's not so tissuey feel to it. So if you want to, I'm a firm believer on using patterns again and again and again, and if you can make that pattern piece last, you feel like you've got your money's worth as well, because the pattern, if that's, was it $14.99? You wouldn't get a dress that cheap, would you?
No.
You've got that several times.
And I think if you add up the cost of actually making a dress, so you've got the cost of your fabric, then the cost of your pattern. Next time you make it, you take off the cost of the pattern, or pence. But if you make 15, then that's £1 a dress.
Yeah. So, like I say, there's lots of different versions to this dress as well. So you can make different variations, different fabrics. It will give it a completely different feel, won't it?
Yeah.
So yes, back to tracing. So I always use pattern weights because it's really important to keep that tracing paper stuck down so that when you're tracing off, it's not going to shift and move.
Yeah.
And I've seen what some people have also done is before they trace off, they actually go around on a marker. When you've got lots of pattern pieces crossing over.
Yes.
So they go over their piece in a marker first so that it's easy to see through the tracing paper.
That's a good idea.
So that's a really useful tip. But I always say take your time, don't rush. If it goes wrong, don't worry, just move on and have another go. So yeah, that's how I do my tracing.
I bought a big roll of tracing paper. It's quite heavy duty pattern tracing paper, isn't it? It lasts for ages, which I think was quite expensive. But you get loads and loads on it. We don't have it on the channel, I'm afraid. But then I just roll all the pieces up when I'm storing them.
Yeah, you can store them back in the pattern.
Yes,
as
yeah,
well,
of course.
As well, yeah. Right. So one thing I'm going to do now, before you're not really sewing up these seams, all we're going to do is put a very small stitch, probably about ½ centimetre away, just so that that pocket stays in place. So when I put the back piece on, it doesn't all, because you'll have 4 layers, it doesn't all misalign.
Yeah.
So that's always useful, just to put a few stitches in the top and in the sides, just to keep that in place, like that. There we go. Oh, there we are.
It's a really unusual linen, this one, isn't it? Apart from the price, it's really affordable for linen. Linen's not really expensive. I think the texture somehow gives it a softness, and it doesn't fray very much either.
No. Kat was asking that. Was it okay to work with? It was beautiful to work with because it didn't fray, which is lovely. But also, I can see that it would be so comfortable in the hot weather because it's breathable, which you do want, especially with our changeable weather, don't you? You don't want to be all uncomfortable.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a beautiful linen, and I really like the sort of embossed or the texture.
Yes, yeah, it's really unusual. It is 100% linen, but I've not seen a linen with texture like that before.
No, and it's got a nice weight to it, so that this would look like a formal dress,
Yeah.
which is nice. And that, like I say, that's the lovely thing about dress patterns, that you can actually make it out of so many different fabrics,
Yeah.
and it can feel like a completely different dress. Right, so there is my front skirt with my pocket pieces done. Good pockets. Yep.
Fantastic.
Right, what I'm going to now do is put on the bodice piece on here, which is the top piece there.
If you're not going to use the shirring, does that mean that the skirt's wider?
Yes, so if you look on the pattern piece here, she hasn't put the shirring on there.
Yeah.
And it's almost like a baby doll effect, isn't it? It's got an empire line up there. It doesn't really go in at the waist.
Okay.
So it's a really nice shape, actually. I really like it in that fabric, that lighter fabric. But yeah, the option, it's optional to have your shirring on this front piece. But the back piece, we do need to have that shirring in, because that pulls it sort of to the back and makes it a little bit more formal looking, well, fitted looking, really. Yeah. So let me take these pattern pieces off here. So this is our front bodice. Now, the front bodice and back bodice do look very alike, so do make sure that you remember which is which. I like to keep my pattern pieces on my fabric until I'm about to sew them. I know some people like to just cut out and have their pattern pieces ready, but I'm a bit forgetful, and I'm like, oh, is that the front? Is that the back?
Yeah, I always do that. Or I'll pin the pieces to a mannequin.
Yes.
So I can say exactly where they're going to go.
Yeah, that's a good idea as well, isn't it? Right, so
we can stop talking about Dawn now, because she's here. Where have you
hello.
Where have you been, Dawn? She says, morning, Debbie and Adele, loving this demo. So quick and easy. The fabric is gorgeous, and looking forward to the jacket later on as well.
Oh, the jacket is lovely.
Oh, the jacket, it's busy for the jacket. That's not coming up till 10 o'clock, but it's busy for that one.
Oh,
have a look on the website on sewingstreet.com. Oh, and just to mention as well while we're here, the fancy French fancies, the fancy fabric, square fancies. So I'm thinking cakes again now.
Oh, French fancies.
Fondant fancies.
Which one would you go? Pink?
I like brown. The yellow.
Oh, yes,
the yellow.
with the lemon.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, not fond of the brown.
Yeah,
no,
I'd go lemon over first.
That's a bit like the nut chocolate in the box of chocolates is always going to be the last one, because I'm straight to the orange. Anyway.
Sorry, well, we've talked about his food this morning, isn't it?
Less than 10 of these remaining. This is the bundle. This is a 3-metre bundle that you get in for your $29.49. More than enough to make every size. You're making
I'm making size 12.
The 12. How many metres have you used for that?
So I had plenty left over from my samples.
Matching bag.
Oh, yes.
Little pencil skirt, maybe?
Yes. Definitely. And I love the fact that this is such a wide range of sizes for this pattern. So like you say, it goes from 8 to 26, and you've got ample amounts of fabric on each of those. Okay. I've not actually seen this one.
Have you not?
Nice. It's really nice weight,
it's lovely, isn't it?
Because
it looks like a heavyweight denim or a normal weight denim, but it's not. It's a fine cotton. I think because it's woven with the indigo fabric, the indigo thread and the white thread, like denim would be. Yeah. It's not a twill like denim with a diagonal weave, but it's because there's two colours gives it a denim look, doesn't it?
That would look nice with some nice sandals,
wouldn't it?
And a nice handbag.
Yeah.
On the walking towards the sunset.
Yeah, walking towards the restaurant.
Oh, the pudding. Oh, dear me.
I mean, do have a look on the website. We've got so much fabric. Would viscose be okay for this one?
Well, this is the thing. On the front of here, she's actually got a very lightweight one, and it looks lovely. That's almost like a double gauze.
Yes.
There.
Oh, that'd be nice.
Oh, yeah. And that's the thing, because it's an everyday dress, if you did it in a more lightweight, it would look something for the day, a more heavier weight for the evening. It really can go through lots of different scenarios. But yeah, I didn't see this before, but I really like how the front opens.
Like that.
Looks really relaxed, like you could wear that with trainers. She's got it with little boots on there.
Yeah.
And also, she's done contrast pocketing.
That's a nice idea as well.
I've thought of that, actually.
That's one of those illusional things that draws the waist in, isn't it? When you just have like a black outline.
Yeah, and it wouldn't take much fabric either for those pattern pieces for the pockets. So if you've got something in your stash that you could just put in, I do love a secret pocket that looks a flash of something else. I've done that several times with my pockets, just something different, and no one knows it's there until you go, oh, my pocket. Oh.
You could even put some piping around the pocket.
Oh, yes.
That would look nice, wouldn't it?
Yes. What colour would you go for if you did the denim?
Red.
Oh, see, I don't have any red in my wardrobe.
Don't you?
No, no. And another colour that just last year that I said I'd never wear was green. And I love green now.
I like green.
Oh, I couldn't find much green fabric when I first started to fall in love. And now it's all over the place and it's beautiful different shades. But yeah.
I tell you what I'm asked for more than anything at the moment is yellow.
Ooh.
Anything yellow.
Do you think it's more of a summer draw, the yellow?
Yeah, I think so. We're dragging it out as long as we can. We've got gorgeous yellow flowers. Are they mums?
Oh, they are lovely.
They're gorgeous. They've lasted a long time, haven't they? They were. Oh no, it was only Thursday I was here, wasn't it? I'm not normally here from one week to the next, but for some reason I popped up on Thursday. It was very odd. But yeah, they're here then. It's lovely.
I love having flowers and plants in the house.
Yeah.
I've got a bit crazy with the plants at home.
Oh, we haven't got any plants in the house because I'm not very good at looking after them.
Well, do you know what? They're easier than you think. I keep messing the garden up, but these houseplants, they are amazing. Every time we walk past plants now, my daughter's like, no more, no more. I'm like, why not?
They're supposed to be good for you though, aren't they?
Yes, and it just brings a calm around you. There we go. See how quickly this is coming together?
Yes.
It's really coming together so nicely. So there's the front bodice, the skirts, and have we got time? Should we get on with the sleeves? We're whizzing through this.
Oh, we've got
aren't we?
loads of time.
Brilliant. Right, so the sleeves are raglan sleeves, so no fear of setting in those sleeves. Here we do have a notch.
Oh.
We do have a notch.
A whole notch.
Yeah. And the notch is on the back edge.
Right.
So it's important that you remember the front and the back are slightly different shapes. So this is the front, so we've got non-notched edges here. Non-notched edges. That's a tongue twister first thing in the morning, isn't it? So these are really nice sleeves that sit really nicely across the chest. There. And down.
And like you're saying, the ease of putting a sleeve like this in, as opposed to setting in a sleeve, there is no ease.
Yeah.
As you would expect with a set-in sleeve. I never quite get that, you know, when you're doing a set-in sleeve, you'll always have to gather it a little bit around. Why doesn't the pattern just work in the first place?
Yeah, and the thing is, sometimes you might gather and then you ended up with a big bunch at one end, so you have to undo it and then have another go. I love raglan sleeves in the fact that it's just almost a straight edge, isn't it? And it's still so effective. So I'm just like, these almost look like the same size as the pocket piece, don't they? There's a lot of straight edges on this pattern, which is great for a beginner to use. So there we've got my two sleeves, again 1.5 centimetres for each of them, and then it will look like that one.
Amazing.
It's coming together so nicely.
It is nice where the curved pieces, like with the pockets and just under the arm, the curves are sewn together rather than like a princess seam where you've got curves going in opposite direction. That can be a challenge if you've never done that before.
Yeah, princess seams always confuse me because you sort of sew them, don't you, in and out.
Yeah. Just to let you know, our Square Fancies fabric has now sold out. That's gone. Well, don't forget in hold of yours. With the pattern, half of the stock of the pattern sold out as well. And you've been looking at the shows that are coming up on the website as well. I'm fearing for 10 o'clock. We'll find something to talk about. Cake or something.
I sometimes play a game of Would You Rather with my daughters, and I always say, would you rather chocolate ice cream or strawberry ice cream? When we're on the walk to school.
Oh, strawberry. Not a fan of chocolate ice cream.
Yeah, I think I'd be with you on that. Strawberry.
Yeah. Or Kat says yes, but not with bits in.
Oh, really?
Oh, no, I like a bit of bits.
Do you know what's even nicer? Strawberry cheesecake.
Never had one.
Strawberry cheesecake ice cream, amazing. And then what I did have in Wales was Eton Mess.
Oh, yes.
ice cream. Ooh.
Oh, Itamus ice cream.
Yes.
With meringue in it.
Yes.
Oh.
So you're getting a little bit of
I'm putting weight on
strawberry.
just thinking about it. I'm not going to get out from behind here.
Oh, I hope
I feel my
everyone's
hips growing.
Oh dear. People are probably eating their breakfast and now thinking, oh, this toast doesn't look so appealing. Pass me the ice cream. Right, here we go.
Morning, Christine. She's asking if you can shorten the dress pattern.
Yes, it's
So
really
so
simple.
it's a long top?
Yes. So if you wanted it as a tunic top, I would probably shorten it where the pockets finish.
Yeah, don't shorten it and leave the pockets hanging down. It's not a good look.
Oh, that's the teenager fashion at the moment, isn't it?
Oh,
with the
jeans,
shorts,
yeah.
with the jeans. No. So I would probably do it there, but it's a shortish length anyway.
Okay.
But I think it would look really nice as a top with some leggings.
Yes, that'd be nice.
That'd look really sweet, wouldn't it? Especially for the winter time. Even if you did it in this denim fabric with some leggings, it would get you all the way through winter, wouldn't it? Because it's a nice weight to that as well. Yeah, that would look lovely.
She was asking about the geo dress as well, if you could shorten that. I suppose the same thing, really, isn't it?
Yeah, I think you'd have to be careful because it's almost like a cocoon shape.
Oh, yes.
So you'd have to make sure that you would shorten it maybe in the midsection of that curve.
Right.
So that you still get that lovely sort of narrow.
It's like a tulip shape, isn't it?
Yeah, I love tulip skirts.
Yeah.
They look really nice. And they're very roomy and comfortable to wear as well. Not like a pencil skirt where you can feel quite restricted. So that's a really nice dress pattern.
Okay.
But yeah.
Hope that helps, Christine.
I hope that does help. Right, so I've got my skirts, my top, my front and my sleeves. What I'm going to quickly do now is move to the back and put the back bodice onto the back skirt. And I think we're almost going to have this whole dress done.
All right.
Which is brilliant. Shows how quickly it can be done if you've only got a couple of hours spare. So just like the bodice front, this bodice back looks almost exactly the same, doesn't it? So make sure you remember which is the front and the back. And all we're going to do is go along here. Now, this is where it may confuse people because we've got this shirring here. This appears to be smaller than the bodice, but don't be alarmed. All you've got to do is just gently ease that back out.
Right.
So maybe start at the midpoint and then you can make sure that that is eased out.
Good
because
idea.
that shirring doesn't start until about 2 centimetres down.
Okay.
So we don't need any gathers here pinched in. That's actually a straight line. We're just going to gently pull that out. So it's don't panic if you're thinking this skirt piece is a lot shorter than the bodice piece. It's no problem whatsoever. There we go. And that one there.
If you've got any more questions, remember you can come through via email, which is studio@sewingstreet.com, or on Facebook. Morning, Brenda. She says she's loving all the demos, especially loves Sunday mornings with Sewing Street. It gives her a laugh.
Oh, good. Good way to start the morning.
It is, isn't it? Bit of silly sewing.
Yeah, you've always got
Silly Sewing Sunday.
And also the thing is as well, sewing should be enjoyable. It shouldn't be a stressful time.
Yeah.
So smile, be proud that you've made something and show others off. You know, it as well, be proud.
Yeah.
Boast. Say, look at what I've made. I love it when someone says to me, oh, where'd you get that dress? And I say, I made it. Because that's the best feeling in the world, isn't it? Especially
That's the biggest compliment, isn't it? Where did you buy that from?
Yeah. And it just feels amazing to say, I've got it, I made it. But I always then get asked, oh, will you make me one?
Yeah.
And I always say, no, but I'll help you make your own. I don't mind
That's
doing
a good
that.
answer.
Yeah. Sit down and we'll make one together. But yeah, and that's sometimes the kids at school disbelieve me that they don't believe that I've made my own clothes. So it's really good to show them as well that, yes, you can make something and it looks shop bought. But how lovely would it be if you went to a family wedding and then you had lots of compliments about your dress?
Yeah. Oh, Sue's messaged in. Hi, Sue. She says, morning, loving the show. Have I missed how to do the shirring? Yep.
Shall I?
Yep, you have. But I'm sure we can do a quick recap.
Yeah, that's no problem.
Or like Adele didn't actually sew the shirring. She explained how to do it. But if you can kind of watch on YouTube later on if you want to. So it should be there at 8 o'clock in the morning. Having your lie-in and everything.
There we are. And let's press that seam up again.
So you're not worried about pressing seams open?
No, I like to press them together because normally as well I would overlock my seams at the ends. So I like to keep them together. That's just a personal preference. I know some dressmakers will overlock them separately and then press them open, but I like to have them all together, and then it's really good going through the wash. Then it's not going to all unravel, because if you've made this, you can be proud for this for many years, so you can get lots of wear out of it.
Could you just do a brief explanation for Sue, because she was late, just about the shirring?
Yep, no problem whatsoever. So the shirring, don't be frightened by it. Always remember the elastic goes in the bobbin, not at the top. Hand wind the bobbin, otherwise it will be too tight and it will just ping everywhere. And just take it slowly to start with. So this is a zigzag. You can actually see it almost there, the zigzag, can't you? So I've started here, gone down here, zigzagged all the way along, and it tells you exactly where to do this on the pattern piece.
Right.
So you can transfer this. I did it with some tailor's chalk, just transferred where I needed to do the shirring. And then the most important part is to steam it afterwards to bring those sort of fibres, the elastic, spring it back, and then it creates that lovely shirring.
It's a nice idea as well to do that zigzag shape, because then you haven't got lots of knots of ends of elastic at the end of each row.
Yes, and it would be the worry that the elastic could ping through and go, well, if it's not a long enough length, it might just then ping through, and then that'll be a disaster. Another thing as well is the ends. I didn't reverse stitch on the machine. I pulled the front thread through to the back and then knotted it.
Right.
Just so that I'm secure that that elastic is not going to go anywhere when it goes in the wash.
Okay.
But I absolutely love the look of shirring at the moment, and I think it's very in, isn't it?
I've not used it in that kind of method before. I've made boob tubes.
Yeah, they're back.
Summer dresses. Are they back?
Yes.
Oh, I don't know about nowadays.
Yeah, the whole bodice is being sheared.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, maybe 40 years ago. But just a little bit round sleeves, or little girls. Little? What happened to my tees? They're little girls' dresses. I've made those kind of things, but not in that respect to draw
and
the
that
fabric
makes it
in.
comfortable as well for children's wear. There's no buttons, no zips.
Yeah.
The children, especially if you've got a little toddler that wants to get themselves dressed in the morning, I think we can all remember that stage, can't we? Well, it's no, I'm all independent. That's a really good feature as well to have, because they can just put it on and off.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a firm lover of shirring now that I've rediscovered it almost. Yeah. I don't think I've got any thing from the past with it, but yeah, it's all coming back.
Well, I can remember having bathing costumes that were sheared.
How did that coat when it was wet?
That was all right. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah.
Never thought of that actually. But yeah, lots of bodices being. Right, what we're going to do now is put our sleeves together.
Okay, we've only got a couple of minutes, if that's
all right.
okay.
Yep, no problem.
So, Sue, I hope that was okay. Hope that explained everything. Oh, she says thank you.
Oh, you're
no
more
problem.
than welcome. You're more than welcome. But I know there was a lot of the shearing elastic went out of stock everywhere, so I think a lot of people have been doing it. But, so I got quite a few just in my stash, just some white and some black, because it's on the back as well, so you don't need to worry about matching the colour of shearing elastic.
Yeah.
But there. And then
Now with the dress pattern, we have less than a quarter of the stock left, over 75% sold out now. So again, it's £14.99. If you go to So Different's website, it's going to be £17. So it's best to order here, really, isn't it?
Yes, and then you can order your fabric at the same time.
That's true. That's true.
Get it all in one
remember.
place. Because then, as well, you haven't got to think, oh, I've got my pattern, what fabric will go with this?
Well, the bundles that we put together will all go with the pattern. But again, if you wanted to have a look on the website and have a look at some of the viscoses, if you wanted something a little bit more floaty. The fabric types that Laura's recommending are light denim, needle cord, heavy cotton, linen, double gauze, and most of the medium weight fabrics.
So the double gauze looks like what she's done on the front.
Yes, it does. Because that's got a nice texture as well, hasn't it?
Yes. And it has a nice weight to it as well, so it won't float up.
Yeah. And shirring elastic, have a look on the website, we've got some on there. Hi Morag, she says, how would I make a mini-me dress size? So mum and daughter the same. Oh, that's not the easiest thing to do, is it? To shrink a pattern down that much.
No, because I've got a preteen and I did try it on one pattern and it just went way out.
Yeah.
I would look probably for a dress that looks like this in
Yeah.
a children's dress and then make it out of the same fabric.
Yeah.
So that would look really nice together.
Otherwise, get in touch with Laura and ask her to do a pattern for you.
Yes, some children's patterns.
She'd love to do that.
And there we
look
go.
at that. Oh, that's without the V-neck. That's nice as well.
Yeah. So it's a nice...
Yes. And it's big enough to go over your head without the notch.
Yeah, because that shirring elastic helps. So it's all lovely. So there's great versions actually that you can make for this dress. So all I've got to do now is do these side seams, some facing, and it's done.
It's done. And when you hem, are you machine hem?
Yes, I machine hem. So I turned it up. I overlocked and then turned it up and a centimetre hem.
Yeah.
There.
That's lovely.
So.
Well, thank you very much. We're going to see you again at 10 o'clock.
Yes.
With the jacket, and we've got the fabric as well, and I think that looks so lovely. It was nice when you brought it in this morning, but now you've put it on. What a lovely drape it's got.
Oh, I love this.
My daughter's made that jacket. She had a contrast coloured panel around the neckline. As I've only just remembered, actually, she made it a few weeks ago, and that was in a viscose. It was really floaty.
That would be lovely on the beach as well as a beach cover-up.
Yeah.
So that if you just
gorgeous.
want to have
it's like a black with very bold colours on it. It looked really oriental. It was really nice, like a kimono style.
Yeah. I really like the fact that it's just something that you can just throw on.
Yeah.
I'd wear it at work and I'd have it sort of hung up, and then if I need to leave my desk or my classroom, I just quickly whip it on and then just wander off. Let me pick those pieces up out your way.
Let me give you a reminder of how you can place your orders, and we'll see you again in just a couple of minutes.
Shopping with us couldn't be easier. If you want to shop online, then you can head to our website, www.sewingstreet.com. It will redirect you to our sister channel Jewellery Makers landing page. Don't worry, you haven't gone to the wrong place. We're simply using their website temporarily while we're building our own web shop. Scroll down past the Watch Live part and you'll see all of the products that you will have seen on air on today's live show. You can also shop our catalogue by clicking a category, clicking a product to view closer, and adding it to your basket. Once you're ready to check out, you will need to create an account, which is absolutely free to do so, but it will mean that you can check out on as many orders as you want throughout the day with still only paying one postage and packaging. If you'd prefer to speak to somebody in our UK-based customer service team, then you can do so via the free telephone line number 0800 001 4433. They will not only help you create an account, but will also help you with any of your online shopping.
Right, let's just give you a reminder of the pattern and the fabrics that we put together. Your 3 metres is going to be enough for the largest size, easy. So we put together 3 metre bundles. So this is the light denim. This is the fabric that the dress behind me has been made out of here. So again, £29.49 for 3 metres of this, and it'll be 140 wide. So it doesn't come with the pattern, so if you just wanted lots of denim fabric at a great price at under £10 a metre, then you can use that for bag making or homewares or cushion covers or chair covers or whatever you like. It's just a whole load of fabric. You could make a huge bean bag, you can make curtains out of it. It's just lots and lots of fabric, but plenty enough to make the dress if that's what you wanted to go for. So that's £29.49. Then we have the pink linen. And then you can really see the texture on it. As I've never seen linen quite like this before. It's softer than you'd expect from a linen, and with it being, it is 100% linen, but it will get softer and softer the more that you wear it. It's the most amazing fabric, and it is the most wickable and breathable and absorbent of any of the natural fabrics. It's £34.99, and again, look at that texture. We do have lots of colours available for you by the half metre, but this is your 3 metre bundle, so again, plenty enough to make the dress. And if you're going for one of the smaller sizes, maybe a little something extra to go with it. You could make a shrug or something, maybe matching bag. £34.99 is your price there. We are very low in stock of your dress pattern now. Trying to move things without pushing things off the table. You know those games where you drop a penny in and it moves across and you have to be, but you want things to fall off. It's a little bit like that here, but we don't want to fall off anyhow. Or is it gone? After all of my rearranging, it's gone anyway. So that's sold out. So well done for getting hold of yours. We do have, if you have a look on the website, the jacket pattern that we have coming up has been really, really busy. So have a look on sewingstreet.com and get ahead of the game there. I'm going to be back in the next hour. We've got a book launch coming up, and it's all about free motion embroidery. Isn't that amazing? So if you always wanted to have a go, but you didn't know where to start, or you didn't know where to create, or what fabrics to use, or what thread to use, or anything, it's all coming up in the next hour. I'll see you again in a couple of minutes.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Hi, I'm Debbie Shaw, and as a professional sewer, I really know how important it is to use a high quality thread. Well, you think about it. You spend a lot of money on your sewing machine, you'll spend a lot of money on fabric, and you'll spend a lot of time sewing. So why let your thread let you down? I know a lot of our designers and customers prefer to use Aurifil thread. Now, this is a family business. It was established in 1983 and they're based just outside Milan in Italy. They produce superior quality threads for domestic and professional sewers alike, and they've achieved worldwide success with quilters, sewers, embroiderers and textile artists who all appreciate the versatility and the strength of these threads. It's all made from Egyptian cotton, which is grown just at the side of the River Nile, and Aurifil only use the long staple threads, which gives their thread that strength. Each one of these threads goes through 15 steps before it even gets onto a spool and then comes to you to use in your sewing projects. Now at Sewing Street, we've collaborated with Aurifil and we've brought you 2 collections of threads. So we have the Quilters collection, and these are exclusive to Sewing Street. We've done a lot of research with quilters, and these are the colours that you prefer to use. So we put a whole collection together for you. The second collection is the Essential collection. So this is for the homemakers, for the bag makers, for the craft sewers, for the dressmakers. And again, these have been proven to be the most popular colours that you're going to use. So if you want your projects to last longer, and your seams to be stronger, invest in some quality thread.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. It's so great to be here and part of the Sewing Street family. I'm local, I'm only down the road in Warwickshire. I started sewing many years ago when I was very young, doing lots of art and painting, and eventually I went into textiles, and I really enjoyed doing the two together. I then had a bit of a break. Something you don't know about me maybe is that I spent many years in the Royal Air Force and eventually in the police as well. And then I went full circle and I've come back to my happy place of sewing, and which I really enjoy. My best sewing tip is measure twice and cut once. I have chipped up a couple of times by not measuring properly, and I do always regret it. So now I always measure twice, cut once. Anyway, I really hope to be with you again soon, and I look forward to seeing you again soon. Thank you.
Isn't this amazing? This is just one of the projects from the book that we're going to be launching in just 1 second. I think it's so beautiful, ethereal, there's so much movement in here. I would imagine quite time consuming, but isn't that just an amazing, outstanding, really show off, a showcase of free motion embroidery, which is what we're going to be talking about in this show, with different styles as well. Look how intricate these little bubbles are here. But the whole effect is a tree, obviously, is just absolutely amazing. If you'd love to be able to have a go at something like this, if you'd like a little bit of tuition and advice and maybe a starting point, and if you've always been fearful about free motion embroidery and you just don't know where to start to get it right, how about going for our new book? This is a brand new launch for you today. Use Colour and Thread, and this is by Terry Lucas, and it is exclusive to us here at Sewing Street in the UK at the moment. It's just £23.95. But let's have a look through and have a look at some of the amazing projects that you're going to be able to make. So, starting, oh, there it is, look, such detail. So, apart from your introduction and how to use the book, a good book will always tell you what kind of tools that you need, and these are the tools of the trade. So, advice on different types of thread, using a colour wheel. You see, everybody needs a seam ripper, even when you're free motion embroidering at some point, but showing how that's going to come to the rescue. Different types of bobbins, sewing machines, the tools that you need, an explanation of a colour wheel. Particularly if you're quilting, it's nice to know that your colours are going to be well balanced and coordinating. And then let's get on to some of the techniques. So the different colours that you work with. I love this naive kind of approach as well. That isn't a perfect circle, it doesn't need to be. It's a very abstract kind of look. And this is just playing with different types of free motion embroidery. So I like the scribbly kind of effect. It looks like somebody's been sketching. Look at the cobweb with sketching with thread. Using your thread as paint. This is purely decorative, so you're not creating seams, you're creating a piece of artwork. So there's your blues and purples, just to show you all of the different colours and how threads stand out against them. I think that's a lovely way of working. And then maybe it's inspiration. So this is the very project that we have here. It's amazing in real life, isn't it? The gold and the threads that have been used are just beautiful. So inspired by a sunset, you can see why and how. But this is all inspiration. So the lily pads, could be flowers, could be feathers, a fossil fern that was. But lots of advice. So it's well worth, you know, having, oh, that's lovely. Having a good old read through. So different thread weights are advised in here as well. What thread colours to use. What type of thread to use. Thick or thin. Feeling a bit thick at the moment. All about the needles, so different sewing machine needles and what's appropriate for different types of thread that you're going to use. And there's your thread weights, needle sizes. They're always confusing, aren't they? But then an exploration of different types of stitches. More about the threads. So, or you could build a stash of thread, couldn't you? Because once you get started on something like this, you're going to be absolutely hooked. And then you've got some patterns that you can follow here as well. So this is the dimes, it's called, which is all these little circles that look like bubbles. I love the way that you've got the gaps, so every single area isn't covered, because then you get this kind of puffy effect. So you're adding even more texture by omitting some of the areas. It's just so tactile. You just want to touch it and stroke it. So it's full of tutorials, but not actual projects. So you're not going to learn how to make a quilt, you're not going to learn how to make a bag, you're going to learn the techniques that you can then use when you're making a quilt or making a bag or making an outfit. Make it personal to you. You become your own designer. But I love all of these different things for you to have a go at, even if you're just going to make a sampler with maybe a square of different motifs. So there's no rulers or anything involved in this. This is all freehand. If you wanted to draw onto your fabric first of all with an erasable ink pen or chalk, then that would be absolutely fine. But there is no right and wrong. You know, that if your handwriting isn't as neat as that, it's your handwriting. It's no one's going to come around and say, well, you got that wrong. What I like with these designs as well, like with the asterisks, it gives you somewhere to go without actually stopping. So there's no stop, starting, cutting thread in between each one. You can just carry on making these in like a random design. So you're adding texture, you're adding colour, and you're having fun while you're doing it as well. So have a go. Terry calls herself an accidental free motion quilter because she was hand quilting beforehand. She's been doing that for several years. Before she decided to have a go, and now look, she's an author. So you've got 36 quilting designs in there, but I think the main thing about the book is that it's going to be inspiring you to have a go yourself. There is no right and wrong, it's just important that you have a go. What I find when I'm free motion embroidering is that the quicker I go, the more accurate I can be. Different people do it a different way. Maybe you prefer to do it slowly, but the key thing is to have consistency, because when you're consistent moving your fabric around, your stitches are going to be consistent in length. If you move your fabric very quickly, then you're going to get large stitches. If you move it very slowly, you're going to get small stitches. For this project, the stitches are tiny. But isn't that amazing? I love the colours and the vibrancy. Most of all, the texture that's being created. It's so tactile. Even got it. Is that little cactus down there? But a beautiful piece of artwork from just one solid colour, just creating texture and colour and movement, just by going backwards and forwards with your sewing machine. I love these bits, all the bits in between. So this one, you'll have a, backing fabric. By the river, this one's called. So this is the wrong side. This is the side that you don't normally see, and that's just as pretty. So she has a backing fabric. She's got some wadding in the centre. We have some of that as well. Later on in the show, she's actually got 2 layers there. That is a polyester, very fine wadding on top of a wool, which looks like it's needle punched. Just in case. But that's what makes these kind of areas. It brings this texture through there. So you can free motion embroider just on one piece of fabric. I wouldn't on something like this silk, because it'll just all knot up inside the sewing machine. So you do need some kind of stabiliser behind there. But embroidering through wadding like this really adds to the luxurious feel of your work. And personally, I would always put a backing fabric on there when I'm doing free motion embroidery, not straight onto wadding, because you're going to be pushing your wadding inside your sewing machine, which isn't going to damage it, but it's a clean-up job. But it's so nice to see all of that detail. Isn't that amazing? And again, inspired by sunset. So if you need inspiration and instruction and advice, this is the book that you're going to use to go with it. So she's taken all of those designs, all of the ideas. The most important thing, I think, is the tools, the needles and the thread. and how to use a colour wheel, just to have an understanding of what you're actually using. So you're not just dipping into your stash and pulling out the first thread and fabric that you find, that you really put some thought into this, into the colour that you're going to use, into the end result that you want to achieve. And these, again, could be just little test pieces, just have-a-go pieces. But the inspiration, I think, with this book is what it's all about. Creating some just amazing effects. So there you go, it was £23.99, brand new for you today and exclusive for 1 week. You won't find it anywhere else apart from right here, right now. £27.95. Just saying. It's like giving you postage free, isn't it, when you order from us? Okay, now then, let me put that to one side, because you will need thread. So we have got loads. Let's go for the big one first of all. You can use, I would suggest polyesters or sew-all threads like these ones, because they're going to be stronger, considering that you're sewing over and over and over in the same place a lot of the time. A nice strong thread is something to go for. Variegated thread looks lovely for free motion embroidery, or for sewing if you're quilting in general, just gradually changing colour from one to another. In this set, you've got one section which is all variegated, and then you've got one section which is all the plain colours, and they coordinate as well. So we've got, let's have a look. That's a lovely one. So not just variegated in shades of the same colour, but actually in different colours as well. So there's lemons and whites and candy stripes and red and pink and blue and purples. We've got greens, but that's like the colour of the sea, isn't it? And then the dark blues and the blacks and these really bright, they remind me of love beads. Do you remember love beads? Lots and lots of different coloured beads. And the black and the greys. And then the plain colours underneath there as well. So a great value pack and great value for money there. It's nice to have a stash, isn't it? We were saying earlier on, like you have a stash of fabric, to have a stash of threads. So you've got something for every single fabric that you're going to be working with. That's great value for money. And it's 100% polyester as well. So you've got the strength for something like free motion or embroidery as well. Micro core technology makes it even stronger. So that's £45.99. If you want to go fancy, we have metallic threads actually in stock. Now, if you're free motion embroidering with these, go slowly, because metallic thread has metal in it and it will stretch as it gets warm. So take your time with this one. I'm kind of thinking this may be more for a sewing machine decorative stitchers, or if you just wanted to add a little bit of a highlight. To be honest, I don't think I'd free motion with these. I think that the stitches go far too quickly, and I think you'd be in danger of breaking your thread personally. But if you do, make it slow. Just take your time as you're sewing so you don't stretch the thread. It is a polyester again. We've got this down as a special price at £8.99. You know, with an early bird, it should last for a day unless it sells out. I don't think we quite understand the rules that we've set there, because this is still down on the website as an early bird, and that was a while ago. Oh, £8.99 for those. You've got a saving. Let's have a look at the big box of 30. Oh, I do like this one because I like the tin that it's in as well. I think this makes a really nice gift. Look at this. And it just means that you've got somewhere to store any new threads that you invest in as well. Look what's in here. Oh, every colour that you could possibly imagine. I think this is a great treat yourself. But it's a great present. If you know somebody who sews, hello. I don't think anyone's going to be disappointed when they receive this. You've got every colour that you could imagine. It's all 50 weight, which is the weight that you're going to use for most of your projects. And there's it's 100% polyester again, so you've got a really nice, strong thread. 100 metres on each one of those. And look at the box. That works out at £1.33 per spool. I'd expect to pay £3. I'd be very happy to spend £3.50 on a reel of Gutermann thread. So you've got an incredible price, and that's not including the tin that it comes in as well. That's fabulous. Oh. So it's like dipping into a palette, isn't it? Like a paint palette. You've got so many colours. You've got your basics, so you've got your blacks, your whites, your greys and your beiges. But then you've got a really nice selection of the blues, of the reds, of the pinks. That's a gorgeous colour. It's like a really, really deep aubergine plum colour. Oh, I don't have any thread of that colour yet. That's beautiful. Right. So yeah, so you get 29 spools of thread there, and it still works out at great value for money. And I've not seen that colour before. It's beautiful. Anyhow, we have a guide on the back here to show you all of those different colours, so you'll know if there's one missing. I blame John. So I could find the number of that one colour, couldn't I? And then just go buy one. It's 512. I'll have a look for that one. In fact, forget it. I may as well just buy the whole thing. That's a good excuse, isn't it? So again, those are all of the old colours that you're going to use, and you know, if you're not going to use them straight away, it's just nice to have the right colour when the job actually comes round. So, because if you don't have the right colour for the job, you make do normally, don't you? You don't rush out and go to the shops to buy one spool of thread. Oh, that was close enough. So I think it's quite nice to have a large palette of threads. I just love the tin as well. It's quite nostalgic. Gutermann is a German company, so you can see where the picture came from. And it's 1930 when they first started, maybe. 1930 must be significant for them. Is it a 30th anniversary, I'm wondering? No, because that would take us to 1960, wouldn't it? Not doing my maths today. So 30 spools at £39 and 99 pence. We don't even have 20 of those left now. It's going really, really quickly. So in the tin, use the tin over and over again. Use the tin for something else when your threads run out, if you like. I don't actually keep my threads that organised in boxes like that. I have some of those June Taylor posts that are hanging on the wall. I've got a wall full of threads in different colours. So personally, I would probably take all of these out and store them on the wall. And then I've got a tin that I can store. I do have a tin that I keep my passports in and important documents and things. Not, well, I've only got one. I've got lots of passports in different. I've got the same picture on, but all different names. The family passports I meant are all kept in a tin. Kat keeps hers in a safe with the gold bars and everything in their safe. Okay, that's £39 and 99 pence. But again, not very many of those left. So are we going through all of these as well? We've got loads of threads for you here. Right, these are Aurifil. Always important to use a quality thread. And I know we'll go on, and I shall carry on going on, because you'll have a stronger seam. Your garment or whatever you're making will last longer, and you won't have so much lint build up inside your sewing machine. So shall we have a look at the quilt collection first of all? So in here, you've got your 50 weight of thread again. This is exclusive to Sewing Street, so we have a collaboration with Aurifil, one of those quality threads. And you've got a really nice selection of colours here as well. I had a problem getting in here the other day, didn't I? Oh, there we go. Trying not to... That's it. See? There we go. So we have... we've got mustard and olive. These are lovely colours, really rich colours. I'd say autumnal for these myself. So we've got 10 reels in total. Again, they're 50 weight, and we've got 200 metres on each one of those for £33 and 99 pence. It's called the Quilter's Collection, but if you're not a quilter, don't worry, it doesn't know. It's not going to refuse to work because it's not a quilt. So if you want to use these for dressmaking projects, then that is absolutely fine. These are cotton. So as with the Gutermann threads that we have are polyester. These are cotton, but they only use the long strands of threads, which means they're really, really strong. And nowadays, I wouldn't worry too much about colours running or threads shrinking, because most of these have been chemically treated to stop them doing that. So that's your Quilters collection, which is quite autumnal, quite deep colours there. We also have the Essential collection, which is another one which is exclusive to us. Again, you've got 100% long strand cotton and 200 metres on each one of those. And these, again, exclusive to Sewing Street. So these are a little bit brighter, but you've still got the blacks. That's a lovely colour as well. Ooh, blues, greens, all of the colours are listed down the side and on the back there as well. So if you wanted to stock up on any of those individually, you've got the product numbers under there as well. £33.99 is your price there. We also have Tula Pinks collection, which is this one. I know what you're doing. You're just sticking them all down before I come to wear, just to have a laugh. These are all variegated and chosen by Tula Pink. So this is her collaboration. And if you've seen any of Tula Pink's fabrics before, you'll know that they're fun and they're bold and they're loud and they're colourful. And this is just what the threads are as well. So a whole collection of pinks and blues and pastels and brights. Again, for just £33.99. 10 50 weight spools. So suitable for most of your sewing projects. The box is going to go. If you want to order this one, please be quick. We're very low in stock now. This, in fact, 30 of those for £39.99. The value is amazing. Don't miss out on this one. Have a think about presents as well. Giftware, Christmas presents. Anybody who sews needs lots of thread. It's very difficult, I think, to choose fabric for somebody else. They've got their sewing machine, they've probably got their tools, but they're always going to need threads. They're always going to need threads in as many colours as they can get their greedy little mitts on. So anybody who sews, if you're wondering what to buy them for Christmas or for birthdays, this will be very well received. I can absolutely 100% guarantee it. You've got quality thread. It's polyester, which means it's really strong. It's a sew-all, so it is suitable for sewing on natural fibres as well as synthetics. It's got a matte finish, so it doesn't have a polyester sheen. And there's, oh gosh, there's loads. And the tin. Somebody's going to think you've spent an absolute fortune. Anybody who sews will know the value of Gutermann thread, and they'll know, well, they won't know the value that you spent here. They'll think you spent double. So again, that's £39.99, but getting low in stock on that one, so don't leave it too long. Now the fabric bundle, also very low in stock. This may take a while. You want to go and put the kettle on? I'm going to look at lots of fabric now. That's your cue. Red and yellow. Right, so 1/2 metre and of each one of these colours, and there are 2 metres free. It adds up. That's a lot of free stuff, isn't it? And we've got so many colours for you. Are you ready? So we have purple and lilac, amethyst. I'm making these up. That's amethyst and lilac. Peach, blush, coral, raspberry, pomegranate, bright pink, no fruit named after that one there, magenta, brunette, and claret, red. Go on, orange. Oh, hot tomato. Orange. Yellow? Yellow? A koi? Oh, corn yellow. lemon. Then we have buttermilk and beige. Cream. Ivory. White. Black. School grey. Dark grey. Elephant grey. Light grey. Well, we haven't had dove grey. Then we've got misty blue, green. This is only available in the bundle. Chartreuse, only available in the bundle. Apple green or lime green, lime. Mint. Sky blue. Candy blue? Candy blue. Peacock. Jade. Cyan. Come on. What colour is that? It's going, it's. Oh, it looks a bit like the peacock. That's the peacock. And that one is ocean blue. Cadet blue. Royal blue. Marine blue. Navy blue. Teal. And dark navy. Okay, let's go back through them all again. all of those for £136.11, and I'm going to open everyone out and measure them now. We've only got 3 left. Oh, we had loads of these. We had more bundles than we've ever had before. That's what you're getting. Half a metre by 112 centimetres in width, and it's a nice quality. Don't think they were just bundled together and reduce the price of something that we found at the back of the warehouse that we couldn't shift. This is really nice quality, so you could use it for piecing, you can use it for bag linings, borders, or just building up your stash basically, and you don't get much bigger than a stash like this, do you? 2 metres free you're getting as well. All of those. Many of them are available on their own if you have a look on the website on sewingstreet.com. Many of them are only available in this huge bundle that you see here. Now, if you need an excuse, I always think that insulation's a good one. So we're coming up for the winter time now. The nights are drawing in, so we need an extra little bit of padding to help cut down on the heating bills, or soundproofing. Soundproofing's a good one, that works really well. You don't want to hear the noise of the sewing machine in the next room, do you? So no, because I can be very noisy. We've got that Sewing Street on the telly all day. Listen to them rabbiting on. Yeah, we need quite a lot of fabric to soundproof the house as well. So I think that's good. There was, what was that message I had? Using at the start of when this pandemic crept upon us, it was I have to stock up because of COVID-19. I sort of, if it works for you, then just stock up while we can. Yes. Okay, we don't have very many of these left. So if you did, 3. So if you want to place your order, now would be a good time to do it. It's 0800 001 4433. You're getting 2 metres free, or have a look on the website on sewingstreet.com. And again, if you wanted to order any of these by the half metre, we do have some available, but just not very many at the moment. So most of these are only available in the bundle that you see here. We've got 1 left. Next person to check out, I better tidy these up, hadn't I? This is the last one. Well, at least we don't have to put them all back in those individual little bags at the end of the show then, do we, if it's all gone? No, we do. Oh, okay. If you check out your basket now, you'll be the next one to get hold of this. If you jump on the phone lines right now, 0800 001 4433, you'll be the last person to get hold of this huge bundle. I want to know what you're doing with it. Are you just saving it? Are you going to make a massive rainbow quilt? Or barge yellow butterflies? That'd be nice, wouldn't it? I mean, imagine the size or the amount of quilts that you're going to be able to make with this lot. Lots, I would imagine. Maybe you've got twin beds, lots of grandchildren. You're going to start quilting for them. You've got a lot of fabric there. You've got 21.5 meters in total. So that's going to last you a long, long time. And it's a little bit like your threads, isn't it? It's always nice to have the right colour for the job. Well done. That's sold out now. Right. So we have waddings. Wadding. There's so many different types of waddings on the market with lots of different names as well. Wadding and batting, same thing. Wadding is the UK term. Batting is in the, if you're across the pond, that's the American version. This is so simple, super soft in pre-cut sizes, and it's 80-20. 80-20 would be the kind of wadding that I choose for quilting, particularly if it's something that's going to go in the wash a lot, because that 20% polyester means that it's going to keep its shape. This one will keep its shape even more so because it's been needle punched, and you can tell that by the texture that's on here. So it's a little bit like felting. Well, it is felting. You know when we had the embellishing machine on the other day, on Thursday, and you've got all of those little needles that go in and out and mesh the fibres together to make felt. This is very much the same kind of process, but the fibres are meshed together to make this stronger. So when you're quilting, it's always, doesn't actually say on here. A lot of the times with wadding, it will give you the distance in between the stitches that you need. So some will be 5 centimetres, some will be 10 centimetres. And basically, if you embroider larger sizes than that, then the wadding isn't guaranteed to stay in place. But with this one, you can actually leave quite big gaps. So if you've got 5 inch squares, if you're making something with a charm pack and you want to just stitch in the ditch around the 5 inches, you don't have to embroider in the centre or quilt in the centre to keep this one in place. Now your queen size is 90 by 108 inches, so you've got a really good size there. Or just keep it in your stash and cut it down if you're making cot quilts or lap quilts or wall hangings or something like that. So definitely this is what I'd be using if I was making a quilt. If it was something to put in a cot, a baby quilt, a queen size quilt, or something that needs to go in the wash, that's £44.99. We have polyester, which is this one. But this is Heirloom Premium. I'm going to open this out. Oh no, sorry, this is the cotton one, isn't it? I'm going to open this up and just show you. I shan't unroll the whole thing because we'll never get it back in again. So this is 100% cotton. No, sorry, not sorry. It's another 80-20, but it's not needle punch like the previous one. Hobbs Heirloom is it's the brand that I like to use, to be honest. So it maintains loft. The loft is the thickness, so it's about 1/4 inch in thickness. But as this is washed, it keeps that thickness. It's not going to go flat. It's perfect for quilting through because it's deep enough to give your quilts that wonderful texture. You can double up on that as well, by the way. There's no reason why you only use 1 layer. You could use 2, 3, 4, so you can increase the thickness if you wanted to. You don't have to just have it that thickness. And it's 90 inches by 108 inches again. And it's one of those that is, it's going to be washable. Very little shrinkage with those. I'm just having a look. Sometimes it says on the packaging how far away. Oh, you can quilt as close as 1/4 inch and as far as 3.5 inches apart. So any bigger than 3.5 inches, it may lose its shape a little bit, but 3.5 inches is quite a large size. So if you're quilting, if you're creating designs or using ruler work or stippling all over a quilt, it's rarely you're going to have your stitches further apart than that anyway. It may shrink slightly, so that could create a look. If you're quilting, it gives you more of an heirloom finish when it shrinks and your fabric goes all puckery and textural. If you really don't want it to shrink, then pre-wash before you actually use it. Okay, and because these are cotton and polyester, you've got the durability and washability, but you've got breathability as well. So is that really noisy? I do apologise. Trying to be quiet. Yeah, more insulation, you see. You've got to fill your loft full of this one. On you go. Right, and the final wadding we have for you here is wool. So I'm going to take this out as well so you can see how thick it is. The static on these bags, all the hairs on my arms stand up. So again, we have, it's about the same thickness actually, maybe, oh no, it's a little bit finer. There we go, a little bit finer. But again, you can layer that up if you wanted to. Now, because it's wool, it's breathable. Wool is I think it's the most absorbent fabric on the marketplace as well. But the fibres in here are going to trap air, so it acts like insulation as well. So coming up for winter time, if you want a quilt that's going to keep you warm, then this is going to be a good one to go for. Wool's supposed to be fire retardant as well, isn't it? So if that's a concern for you. No, I shouldn't have said that. Results may vary. But they say that wool is one of the fire retardant type of fabrics as well. But it's incredibly soft, it's incredibly warm, and it's incredibly breathable as well. That's £53.99. And again, you're looking at queen size, which is 90 by 108 inches. When washing your quilt like this, it's recommended that you're going to dry that flat. So don't go putting it through a high temperature, only lukewarm, and just take care of it. Just take care of your quilt with this one. Right, it has been treated also to prevent shrinkage. So they say, do Heirloom, that it's the finest superwashed wool in the world. I'm not going to do that. I was going to take me ages to get that pick in there. It's grown a little bit. But that makes great insulation. So if it is, you know, a really warm winter quilt that you're making, then wool is going to be ideal for you. Oh, what else should we do? Shall we have a look at a bit of Tilda? Let's have a look at the book. And then we can have a look at some fabric. There we go. So quilts from Tilda's studio we're looking at here. I love Tilda. I've got quite a few Tilda books that I just use for inspiration. I like the whole look, the Tilda lifestyle, if you like. I love the way that they decorate and the colours that are used and that kind of thing. So apparently Delphine, one of our guests, saw the book and said, I'll do anything from it. Anything from it, not anything for it. I'll do anything from that book. But it's not surprising when you see some of the projects. We do have some fabrics as well, some Tilda fabrics. But these are so pretty. Let's have a quick flick through. And you've got all of your instructions as well. $14.99. $16.99 on the back. There you go. I think the fabrics really make it with these, they don't. Because you can use any fabrics that you like, it doesn't have to be Tilda. The fan flower. So lots of different techniques in here. If you do want the specific fabric, they're all listed there as well. Oh, that's lovely with the cats, the cat and bird quilt. Oh, Delphine made that as a cushion. So it is adaptable. You're learning techniques basically, aren't you? So you can make the block and use it for whatever you like. There's the cushion, look. So if you're a little bit intimidated by a full-size quilt like this, then just make some of the blocks and make something smaller. Cushion cover's a good place to start because you're only sewing together squares, and you're not making a huge amount of blocks either. Oh, a quilt with the Tilda dolls, look. But you do have all of the instructions and measurements if you wanted to make full-size quilts. Of course, in here as well, plenty of diagrams, identifying the different colours. And again, the list of all of the exact fabrics that have been used if you want to create something exactly the same as in the book. So £14.99 is your price there. It's a snowman. And you've got all of your techniques and hints and tips in the back there as well, and your full-size patterns are there too. So that's Quilt from Tilda Studio at £14.99. And then, of course, we got fabrics too. Right. We've got Osmo, but that's not Tilda, is it? Here we go. This is like a paisley inspired, but a very modern twist, I think, on paisley. So teardrop peach fabric, £5.99 for half a metre. This is 112 centimetres wide again. You can almost recognise Tilda fabric, can't you? As soon as you see it. But it's not just the print that you're going to love. You'll love the quality of Tilda fabric as well. We only bring good quality fabric here on Sewing Street, don't you know? So you've got a really smooth handle. There's a fine thread that's been used. It's a pleasure to work with, and you've got some really stunning designs of fabric. So this is the teardrop peach fabric. Same print, different colour. And this is nutmeg with a turquoise. I love browns and turquoises together. I think they just go so well. So maybe something to take you through to a little bit more autumnal projects. £5.99 is half a metre. If you order more than 1/2 metre, they come joined up. So you could dress make with them. You could be making cushion covers and quilts and homewares and curtains or whatever you like. £5.99 again for half a metre. Oh, Kat's come up with an idea. You know, the denim dress. If you're watching the previous hour, and Adelle was saying about the pockets on the dress being a different print, that would go with either fabrics, wouldn't it? It'd go really nicely with the denim, that the dress... Shall we do it? You'll have some left over from your half. That'll look really nice. So just have the inside of the pocket in a contrast fabric like that. But I think that would go just as well with the pink as well. It's perfect for that denim. Instantly recognisable pockets. In fact, anything with the blue in would look good there. Okay, so that's that one. Again, bouquet blue, £5.99. You've got ducks. And they're sweet. Plum garden in duck nest for £5.99. They are. Geese have got longer necks. They're definitely ducks. So having an argument in my head. You can get white ducks. Definitely ducks. More bouquets. And no, my poultry. £5.99 again. This is bouquet lavender. 112 centimetres wide again. So tactile. It's really lovely quality to these. Ducks. Whack. Actually, they're both male ducks. Male ducks have one curly feather on the bottom of their tails. Female ducks don't. And they have different quacks as well. Female quacks are whack, whack, whack. And male duck quacks are whack, 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 whack. When ducks hatch, Because when you think about it, chicks have to peck their way out of the eggs. And if you've got a bill, it's a little bit difficult. If you've got a beak, that's fine because they've got a point on the end, but ducks have got bills which are round. When ducklings hatch, they have a little hook on the end of their beak, which is what they use to peck their way out of the shells with. There you go. Always a school day, isn't it? On Sewing Street. The Sewing Street School, Sunday school. There we go. £5, I should call it that, shouldn't we? £5.99 again for half a metre. I've got lots of duck facts if you just drop me an email. Oh, this is pretty. Tiny, tiny little ditzy flowers on this one, but they're all made out of dots. So this is jam teal fabric. I don't know. Why jam? Oh, it's cherries, isn't it? Is that cherry jam or are they flowers? Berry jam? Oh, don't know. Got another one here. Oh, that goes nicely with that one. These make nice, like blenders, I think. I do use plain fabrics, but if I can find a fabric that has a very slight detail on, I think it gives it a little bit more interest. So this is jam plum at £5.99. So plum jam. This is a nice one, isn't it? A very modern looking spot, but actually quite retro at the same time. So this is nut. I want to be a dot nutmeg. I don't know where the muck came from. £5.99. Although they're kind of bright colours, they're quite soft as well, which I like that. Goes with anything. And then classic rose. See, I wouldn't have said this was Tilda. I think this is a little bit unusual for Tilda. That one's definitely Tilda, but this one, but colour-wise, again, same dye batch for the same collection, so everything's going to mix and match together beautifully. Actually, I wonder if that would, they do kind of go, don't they? And they do, yeah, very clever designs. £5.99, again, your price there. And that's Old Rose in Mary. Price is really low for these, you know, it is Tilda after all. So this is Birdsong in Dove White. There's no birds on there, but just say Birdsong. So, oh, there are birds. There's a bird alert. Oh yeah, right in the middle. Oh, and yeah, birds everywhere. And then you've got, oh, now then, what kind of bird have we got there? I'm just going to say bluebird. To me, pigeon. £5.99 again for half a metre. So this again is Birdsong. I love the colour of this one. I think it's a very elegant colour. And actually the bird stands out more, doesn't it? I always think it's amazing how the same print in different colours just looks so very, very different. That one, I would say, yeah, I just think it looks like a pigeon. Could be a dove, same thing, aren't they? More classic roses. So this is Old Rose in Lucy. So if you're going to go for a couple together, there you go. And we've got the same, but with the cream background with the blue flowers. Really pretty. And again, not instantly recognisable as Tilda. More Birdsong. So we've got golden birds for this one, canary. And then this one in the teal. Yeah, I'm going to go starling for that one. Sorry, lilac. Oh, and then the classic rose again. What a gorgeous colour is that one? That's Old Rose, Mary Lilac. And then finally, we have Lucy Lavender. I'll just open that up again. So all of these are the same size for a ½ metre, but they're by the ½ metre, which means that if you buy more than one, that'd make a nice dress, wouldn't it? A lovely summer dress, little girl's dress. Maybe you're revamping the kitchen. So this could be your apron and tea cozies and oven gloves and things like that. Quilting weight cotton, but you can use it for so much more than quilting. But they do make very pretty quilts. So you've got quite a bundle there. So if you're going to go for the book, you can maybe go for one of each of those. Spending your money for you. Oh, sorry, they've gone, haven't they? Right. We also have the Osnaburg. This looks a little bit like calico, but it's a lot softer. So this is a natural fibre, unbleached, and it's got the flecks in it. The flecks are actually flecks from the cotton pod. So affordable at £2.50. The kind of things that normally you'd be thinking of for toiles or linings or places that you don't see. But this is much softer than a calico. It's very strong as well. And I think this deserves to be seen. So if you're making aprons, maybe outwears, if you're thinking barbecues for when this rain ever stops, if you're covering chairs and seat covers, if you're making cushions, it's a great fabric actually for fabric manipulation. So if you're smocking or if you're quilting or if you're folding and pinching, and creating textural items. It's also a very natural look. So if you like working with hessians, I've been working with hemp recently. That's an amazing fabric. Then the colourways kind of fit in with that. And if you're conscious of you know, the effects of dyeing and bleaching and things like this, is undyed and unbleached as well. They call it greige. It's the process before a fabric will go into the dyeing and the bleaching and all that kind of thing, the finishing and the starching. It's before all of that happens to it. So it's almost like cotton in its raw state. But it is very, very soft. It's not like a calico, which can be quite stiff. So if you are just making toiles out of it, you've got a very affordable price for a fabric. And if you're making bags and homewares, again, that's 112 centimetres wide. You've got a hard wearing fabric there as well. That is great value for money. So that's our kind of quilting hour, isn't it? We've done free motion embroidery. We've got Tilda quilts. That's all sold out. We've got some quilting gloves actually. If you're free motion embroidering, those are really useful. They really do help. Help to stop the grease from your fingers getting on your fabric, but they give you grip as well. So when you're moving the fabric around, it's not going to slip. So well worth investing in those if you are going to do any free motion quilting. Right, the swing jacket that's coming up in the next hour. Please don't wait until Adelle's finished the demonstration, because I don't think we're going to have any left, any of the patterns left. So jump on the website now. I'm giving you the heads up. Go to savingthestreet.com and take a look at the swing jacket pattern by Laura Casey for So Different, and place your order. They're between size 8 and size 26 if you're interested. So we'll take a quick break. We'll have Adelle in just a second, and we're going to be doing a little bit more dressmaking. See you in a couple of minutes.
Shopping with us couldn't be easier. If you want to shop online, then you can head to our website, www.sewingstreet.com. It will redirect you to our sister channel Jewellery Makers landing page. Don't worry, you haven't gone to the wrong place. We're simply using their website temporarily while we're building our own web shop. Scroll down past the watch live part and you'll see all of the products that you will have seen on air on today's live show. You can also shop our catalogue by clicking a category, clicking a product to view closer, and adding it to your basket. Once you're ready to check out, you will need to create an account, which is absolutely free to do so, but it will mean that you can check out on as many orders as you want throughout the day with still only paying one postage and packaging. If you'd prefer to speak to somebody in our UK-based customer service team, then you can do so via the free telephone line number 0800 001 4433. They will not only help you create an account, but will also help you with any of your online shopping. Would you like to take part in our weekly competition? If you do, then all you have to do is head to the Sewing Street fan page group on Facebook. Post your picture of your make. Myself, Debbie Shaw, and John Cole Morgan love looking at all of your makes every week. We pick our favourite and announce the winner every Friday live on the show. Happy sewing and good luck.
Hello and welcome. We love hearing from you and we really hope that you can follow us on our social media platforms. We've got Instagram, which is @Sewing Street. We have Facebook. We've got 2 Facebook pages. One is the Sewing Street TV page and the other one is Sewing Street Fans. All 3 of these are monitored all the time by our wonderful team, and if you want to message us on air, drop us a line on either of those 3 and we'll definitely be able to answer your questions that you may have. If you post on the actual wall, we can perhaps answer there. Otherwise, message us as well. That works really, really well. Thank you so much for being involved, and it's only because of this community that we're able to bring you all these different diverse products and to be able to answer your questions that you may have. Another way you can stay in touch with us is by signing up to our newsletter. These newsletters are sent out to you very regularly, and they include not only our guest profiles of upcoming guests, but also amazing shows that we've got coming up for you. And if you want to look at the amazing products before everybody else, that's the best way to do it. If you'd like to sign up and you haven't already, the link to follow is www.sewingstreet.com/sign up. You won't regret it. Thank you.
To see me back. My favourite piece of kit with the sewing is the seam ripper. Hello, I'm Janice from Birmingham. I specialise in dressmaking. I used to run a children's shop and I love making children's clothes. My mother encouraged me to sew from an early age. When we were young, we did dressmaking in school. My claim to fame was the sewing quarter. But I'm now making also jumpsuits for ladies and men of all shapes and sizes, and it seems to be going for the festivals around the country. See you on the show!
Hello there, welcome back again. We're going to be looking at more dressmaking in this show. Pauline, we've got more dressmaking coming up. Sorry you missed out on the dress from the previous one, but she says she slept in. Got up late. Set your alarm next week. We will try and get some of those back in stock again though, seriously, thank you. But it's the swing jacket. Now, Adelle was wearing this in the Edge Clock show this morning and almost half of the stock of the pattern has already sold out. So I would suggest that if you see it and you like it, you order it, because I think it's going to go exactly the same way as the dress this morning. I think we're going to be selling out of this jacket rather quickly. Simple to make again. It's another one of those jackets that has, like with the dress, something a little bit different and really, really deep pockets on here as well. Now, my daughter made this up a few weeks ago. She bought the pattern and she made it in like it was a black fabric with bright flowers on it. It's very evening kimono kind of look, without any help from myself whatsoever. And she found it very easy to use as quite a newbie dressmaker. But it looked amazing, really easy, but very stylish. And I loved the way that Laura always puts something a little bit different. There's always a twist in these garments, and it's the pockets on this one again. So all of this will be explained with Adelle in just a second. But if you want to get ahead of the game and get yours now, again, it's £14.99. If you're interested, don't let it sell out like this morning, because we'll be in trouble again. We had loads of these, but we kind of don't anymore. So size-wise, we're going from a size 8 through to a size 26. More importantly, your bust size, which is 33 inches on the 8 up to 50¼ inches on the size 26. To be honest, if you're a little bit larger than that, there's no darts, it's not fitted, it's a looser fit, it doesn't have buttons, it's an edge to edge. If the edge to edge doesn't meet by an inch, no one's going to think that's too small for you. You'll find that as sizes gets bigger, the shoulders tend to stay the same size. So as it's a loose fitting jacket, I think you could maybe go up a little bit if you need to from there as well. So that's the swing jacket pattern at £14.99. We do have another couple of styles of jackets for you. So if that's not the one for you, how How about going for the cocoon jacket? This was actually demonstrated on the 6th of August. So if you want to have a look on YouTube, you'll be able to see the demonstration there on that day. That's again £14.99. That's the cocoon. Then we also have a long line jacket for you. All of these can be made using the same types of fabrics as well, which we do have appropriate fabrics available for you. So this is the long line jacket, again at £16.99. All of the same sizes as well. This has been on quite a few times. Covered in bits. I haven't even done any sewing today. Gosh, look at me. There we go. Just clean myself up. This is the long line jacket. All of the So Different patterns are selling really, really well today. So we won't be demonstrating from these two, but they are selling very quickly. Again, £16.99 for this one, in those same sizes from 8 through to 26. We've put 3 fabric bundles together for you. 3 meters in each one of these. This is lovely fabric. It feels like linen. This is Heavenly Garden. Shan't open it all up because there's rather a lot. There we go. So this is the jacket that Adelle's made that she was wearing in the 8 o'clock show this morning. It's a nice way. It looks like a canvas. It looks really heavy, but it's not. It's quite a loose weave of cotton. So it's got drape and it's lightweight and it's breathable and it's a lovely summer jacket. And aren't the colours amazing? They look like watercoloured flowers on a cream background. That's so much fun, but so elegant. Now that will be enough with your 3 meters to make the largest size. So I'd make a bag if you're going to make for the smaller sizes, because you'll have some left over. I think you'll need some stabiliser on there because it's a loose weave. It's quite fine, but I think that would make an amazing tote bag. Huge tote bag, wouldn't it? So £46.99 is for 3 meters of that one. We have blush pink. So this would make a very fine jacket. You'd have a lot of fluidity and a lot of flow with this one. So this is £46.99 again for the 3 meters, but this is very, very fine. So if it is a very lightweight jacket, you wanted maybe an evening jacket, or you're wearing it over the top, if you're layering up with something, then that would be amazing. And then this is viscose. So you've got that nice fluidity with viscose. And then finally here, this is Cascading Tulips, again in viscose. So this will give you a very drapey jacket. This is £46.99. This is one that Adelle's going to demo with. £46.99 is your price there. Okay. Should we do it? Should we do a bit of sewing? Shall we? Well, I'm going to clear up out of the way. So meanwhile, you have a look at how you can place your order with us, and we'll see you back again in a couple of minutes.
Shopping with us couldn't be easier. If you want to shop online, then you can head to our website, www.sewingstreet.com. It will redirect you to our sister channel Jewellery Makers landing page. Don't worry, you haven't gone to the wrong place. We're simply using their website temporarily while we're building our own web shop. Scroll down past the watch live part and you'll see all of the products that you will have seen on air on today's live show. You can also shop our catalogue by clicking a category, clicking a product to view closer, and adding it to your basket. Once you're ready to check out, you will need to create an account, which is absolutely free to do so, but it will mean that you can check out on as many orders as you want throughout the day with still only paying one postage and packaging. If you'd prefer to speak to somebody in our UK-based customer service team, then you can do so via the free telephone line number 0800 001 4433. They will not only help you create an account, but will also help you with any of your online shopping.
So welcome back again. Welcome back to you. You've been busy.
Hello. Yes, yeah. I did a little bit of making in the time.
So the jacket that we're looking at the moment is the one that you're wearing.
Yes.
I love this fabric. It's perfect for it, isn't
Yeah,
it?
as soon as it came to me through the post, I did say a big wow, because it's just such a beautiful quality and it has the most amazing drape to it.
Yeah.
And we were just saying, this is an amazing jacket that you could take on holiday in your hand luggage. You get back home, it doesn't feel quite nice, quickly grab it out, whip it on. And it's lovely, it's really nice. It's nice length of sleeve as well, and it comes just below my hips.
Yeah.
But I really like it. And if you wanted to, it could be also good as a beach cover up as well.
Yes,
so that's
that's a nice
what this
idea.
one would be really great for. Because I know at the weekend, well, last week when I was on the beach in Wales, we had some sunshine and I burn really easily. So this would be really good to have in the bag, you know, just when you feel a bit uncomfortable, just pop on and save your shoulders.
And it's a good first jacket to make for somebody, isn't it? Because there's no lining, there's no sit-in sleeves again.
Yeah.
Very few pieces, but it does have that Laura Casey twist with those amazing pockets.
Yeah, I just have to say these pockets. So when it's like that, you can't almost see the pocket, but the pocket's on the diagonal.
Yeah.
So it sits really nicely and it doesn't droop when you have it open. It's not like the pockets are drooping.
That's a good point.
That's what I noticed when I put it on the first time. They do stay quite,
Yeah.
I think because you've got a good sort of seam here that connects it and another seam there that connects it.
Yes.
Even though it's a big pocket, it doesn't feel like you'd get things caught.
Yeah.
But you could have all sorts in there, couldn't you? No food.
But I love the shape of it as well. I was saying earlier, because it's not fitted, it doesn't really matter the size. Do you know what I mean?
No.
There's no kind of, you've got to match the shoulder seams up to your shoulders, and it's a very easy.
Yeah, very easy fit,
Yeah.
and the sizes come in 2 sizes together: extra small, small, medium, large, extra large.
All right, okay.
So if you're between sizes, don't worry. Just if anything, this was a small. I think I could get away with the medium and have it more relaxed.
Yes.
Because everyone loved. Oh, well, actually, we were talking earlier. If you had some really nice, fluffy fabric, it'd be nice to sort of snuggle
Oh,
up
yes.
with, wouldn't it? That would be really nice, especially if you had a little bit bigger.
Yeah.
But you can extend the sleeves. It has on the pattern piece a dotted line. That's where you would cut and slash so that you would then increase the length there.
Okay.
So it's fully achievable to have a long sleeve as well as the half sleeve. So I know some people might like to have more cover.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's beautiful. Now, again, like I said earlier, we start on the pockets, and the pattern pieces, first time I looked at them, they look so strange. They're all different.
Yeah.
It works. You've just got to take a moment, work out which piece is which, and don't worry about it. And it all magically comes together. So the first thing we're going to do is we have to do stay stitching, and that's really important, especially with this viscose fabric.
So what's stay stitching?
So stay stitching we do on a bias. So as you can see on the diagram here, we've got some cuts on the diagonal, and with the loose fabric, it has a bit of give on the diagonal, and you wouldn't want, as it goes through the machine, doing here, you wouldn't want it to be pulling out. So a stay stitch is a long length stitch, just put in at the very start, just to hold it all together.
And it is important, as you say. I think when you see stay stitching on a pattern, it's tempting to just skip that, because you're just sewing on, it's not a seam, you're sewing a flat piece of fabric.
Yeah, and
but
it's going to be
important.
hidden. But yes, definitely, please don't miss those pieces out, because it would be a shame that those moved out of shape and then you don't get that dramatic diagonal pocket there. So I'm going to use the machine, and I'm going to go up to 5, if I know how this. So there we go. So I very fancy this.
If you want to order the pattern, please could you do it now, because we've got 5 left.
Really? Oh. Right. So I don't need to reverse, and I'm going to be within my 1.5 centimetre seam allowance, because you won't see these stitches, they'll be gone when you've finished. Let me get this piece. I pin them together to make sure that they stay together.
Oh, put it underneath.
Oh, yes, there we go. Oh, it's magnetic. It was stuck on there like.
We've got metal shelves and a magnetic pin.
I thought I was all weak then. I was like, I can't pick up some banana, like Banana Man. Do you remember Banana Man? Was it Banana Man?
I don't know Banana Man.
He used to eat a banana and then he'd get his strength. Oh dear me, dearie me. Right, so I'm doing all my diagonals. Oh dear me. Just with a long stitch. Now, if it does gather up, because obviously a long stitch is a gathering stitch, it's okay just to pull them out gently, just to get those gathers. But this machine hasn't done that, so that's lovely. And then on this pattern piece here, we've got some other diagonals just there and just there. So we'll go on this.
So this is the kind of stitch you'd find on commercial dress patterns around the neckline and around sleeves, around curves. Again, just to stop your fabric from stretching as you're sewing.
Yes, and it's very important, like you say at the start, don't skip this. Don't be tempted to think, well, I don't see this stitch, it doesn't really hold anything together, I don't need it. You do, you do.
We have sold out of the pattern now. We do have the other two jackets for you. So we've got the cocoon and we've got the long line. So let's give you the details of the cocoon jacket. So we'll carry on demonstrating with this one because we've got nothing else to do.
But it'd be nice to see this fabric.
Yeah, we'll talk a lot about the fabric. But you'll find a lot of the techniques throughout the different patterns the same anyway.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Okay, so with point 2, it looks very confusing, okay, because we've got this weird shape here, which is actually your pocket, okay? So don't be alarmed to think, well, what is this? Because it doesn't make sense at all, but it all comes together nicely. So you put the lower on first, and then you put the upper side on, and I made sure that I looked at this rectangle first. That was my focus point. When I'm trying to work out when these pattern pieces look very different, I always have a point of reference, and my point of reference was this square box here. So as I put that one on there, you then can see we're going to start to have our pocket. Okay. And what we're going to do now is we're going to sew at 1.5 centimetres all the way up here. There's a turning point which is marked on the pattern, and then we're going to come down, across, up and across there. So it is one big seam, and there's going to be lots of twists and turns. Okay, so what I recommend is when we do get to the turning point, to keep your needle down when you turn.
Right.
It really helps to keep your pattern in the right place, rather than if you put it up and then your stitch will be all out. But this will be really nice for the beach.
If you've got any dressmaking related questions, do come and ask them. Remember, we're on Facebook and you can email studio@sewingstreet.com. There's more dressmaking tomorrow, apparently. Or if you've got any hints and tips that you'd like to share, then come along and let us know.
Yes, I always say every day's a school day. I still could learn new things. So if anyone's got any tips they want to share with me, yes, please. Oh, there we go.
Oh, we do have shirring elastic on the website, and actually it's been selling really well. We've got a lot of people going to have a go at shirring.
Oh, fantastic. Fantastic. I think it's so versatile, shirring is. And that's nice to know that you've got some there, because I know some places have completely sold out. And you can, oh, that's a funny one.
You know the textured linen that we were using in the previous hour? Would that be okay for this jacket as well?
Yes. Do you know what? You could actually have this jacket and that dress together.
Have a suit.
Ooh, that would be pure wedding,
That'd
wouldn't
be
it?
nice, wouldn't it?
Yes. Because, I'm trying to think actually. I think you might, if you had a bit of pattern Tetris, you could probably get both of them out. If you cut both of the patterns out at the same time, I think you could almost get the size.
Really?
Yeah, because there was a lot left when I did the size 12. So you could maybe, that would look very chic, wouldn't it? Having that. Right, so we're ready now to sew this unusual shape. Okay. Let me put this on here. So I need to go back to my original stitch length, which I normally have is 2.5. Right.
What do you think to the machine?
I love it. It's so nice. The fabric glides through it. And have you got this coming up later?
This is on at 11 o'clock. There's a £600 saving on this machine.
Wow.
Might be a bit more than that, actually.
Treat yourself.
Well, it is your birthday this year.
Yeah. Oh. As I've got older, I sometimes do that now. I buy my own presents.
Do you?
Last year, I did it. My husband was like, "What do you want?" And I was like, "Don't worry, I'll just order it." Because then I know.
Yeah, we tend to just get the family together and have a meal these days.
Oh, lovely.
I think you get to the age where you've got everything you want, really.
Yeah.
Unless it's something for the bathroom, something smelly. I love smelly things in the bath.
Ooh, are you a
Kind of
bath
thing-
bomb lover?
Oh, yes.
Ooh.
Oh, and salts and oils, and never buy them for myself, but my daughter-in-law always buys me a a soap in a cupcake thing. Got lots of them.
Oh.
My son thinks it's a bit weird having soap that looks like food,
Really?
but you've got all these collection of cupcake soaps. Don't like to use them.
Oh, we like the bath bombs in our house that have glitter in that when you put in.
Oh, yes.
And it just looks amazing, and
Yeah,
you get in.
you have to
and-
clean the bath out after.
Oh, but the girls love it because they get out and they're all glittery and it's in their hair and all sorts. Yeah. I quite like going for experiences, for your birthday.
Yes.
So, like I say, we went for afternoon tea. That's really nice to go away for. Right, here we go. There we go. Right, so like I say, it does look very unusual, but as I pull this through, oh, hold on, not pull that through, fold that over, there we have our pockets.
That makes sense.
So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to give it a really good press to get that nice diagonal. There we go, look. Shape
It's
on
clever,
there.
isn't it?
It is, it's so clever.
I'd love to see Laura when she's at work designing these patterns and what her thought process is, because how you get to that, it doesn't make sense to me.
Well, the time when I did the first pocket, I really was a little bit confused, like, how is this going to work out? And then when it did it, it was just a magical moment.
Yeah.
And I really was like, wow, it just looks so effective. And I can't diss a pattern that has good pockets. We always need a good pocket.
Kimberly's messaged in. Morning. She wants to make a first garment, but she's a bit apprehensive. So what would you recommend is the best type of garment and the best fabric for a beginner to use?
Okay, so first of all, I'd go with woven.
Yeah.
First of all, and then I would choose a pattern that has no fastenings. So a shift pattern would be really good.
Yeah.
Just so that it's simple lines. This pattern would be really good actually as a first beginner. Because the shearing is probably the only challenging part, but everything else is just simple lines. With it being woven, it's going to behave itself going through the machine, and just go for it.
I'd avoid bust darts.
Yes.
Like this one, if you can look for a pattern that doesn't have darts here and darts here, because very rarely do they start and finish and fit in exactly the right place. And the last thing that you want to be doing is to be adjusting a pattern for your first go.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well, especially bust darts. When I first started dressmaking, I sometimes missed the apex points.
Yeah.
And I didn't realise until some time after that it was uncomfortable to wear and it didn't look right. And I was going, what's going on? And then I realised that I have to drop the bust darts on patterns quite often. And that's quite simple to do once you've had a few goes, but not for your first time. So yeah, anything that's like a shift dress, this pattern would be brilliant. If you want to be really adventurous, I did the So Different colour block dress.
Yes.
We've had that on the show before. That was a really nice pattern because again, no zips, no fastenings, nothing like that. But yes, get some cotton or even some lightweight denim, and just go for it.
Yeah.
Just go for it. Don't be worried if it goes wrong, because we've always got unpickers, haven't we? And that's what we can do. Right, so there we've got our pockets. And you would do this on both sides.
Can you just put your hand in there, because we can't really see where it is.
Oh, I know, isn't it? It's so... Look, there we go.
That's brilliant.
Isn't that so effective?
It's so clever.
And I bet when you saw me earlier, you didn't even know there was pockets on here, because it just sort of goes with the flow.
And like you said, I wouldn't have even noticed, but the way that they don't go, because big pockets, you would imagine they'd fall forward.
Yeah, especially on something so loose, you'd think that you'd end up having it sort of a big point there that you'd get stuck in, but no, not a problem at all. So we've had viscose and we've done the linen, haven't we?
Yes.
But you could really make this out of any fabric whatsoever. I think it would be lovely. Because I've got some cotton lawn.
We sent the wrong fabric. So you've got a poplin, actually, didn't you?
A poplin, sorry, yes. So shall we have a look at that
Let's
one?
have a look at that one.
Let's have a look at that one.
We do have the fabric on the website, but we just haven't got it in the show.
Right. So this has more... This would be really good as the first dress pattern, actually.
Yes, it would be, wouldn't it?
Because it has more substance than this, but it's a little bit easier to handle.
Yes.
So on this one...
Viscose is lovely, and it's cool, and it's light, and it's floaty, but as a first-time sewer, it tends to spill off the table, doesn't it? It melts. So cotton's going to be a lot easier, I think.
And this poplin would look lovely still. So I've already just pinned this so you can see how effective that pocket will look there. So let's go ahead and have another go at this. Now, again, we've got to do the stay stitching, because even though it's a more substantial fabric, it will still have a little bit of give on that bias. So please don't skip this stage, because there are some stages I think you can skip, but stay stitching is not one of them at all. So let's go
So
on.
you'll have, normally on dress patterns, you'll have 3 types of stitching potentially. So you've got your stay stitching that Adelle's explained exactly what that is. You may have ease stitching, and that tends to be around the top of sleeves, doesn't it?
Yes.
Where you can sew along the seam line and then pull the stitch very slightly, not so that it gathers, but so that it tightens the fabric, so it fits into your sleeve hole. And then there's understitching.
Yes.
And understitching is another invisible stitch, but it serves a purpose, doesn't it?
Yes, so understitching you would use along edges to keep that that seam sitting on the inside so that it doesn't roll out.
Yes.
Because you wouldn't really want to wear a pair of trousers and you've got the seam sort of peeking out, or even this seam sort of peeking out. So what you would do there, again, you need to press it before you do that stitch. Have the seam allowance pushed to one side, away from the edge that you want as your right side edge, and then you would do a line of stitching very close to that edge, almost like top stitching but on the wrong side.
Yes.
And you're only going
that
through.
sums it up.
Yeah, and you're not going through all of the fabric. So yes, that's really important. And this actually has another stitching. This has got slip stitching.
Oh yes.
So the facing here is folded over, and you've got some very tiny slip stitches going through
So
there.
that's by hand.
Yes. And I thought, when I started, I thought, it's going to take me forever. But you know what I did? I just put a movie on, sat there with my needle and just went through it. And that was actually really quite nice way to finish the garment. Instead of rushing, just taking a moment. And you can't see those stitches. I think you could probably do a stitch and a ditch there if you really wanted to keep it on the machine all the time.
Yeah.
But there's nothing wrong about just taking a moment, enjoying your craft, as they say.
There's always hand stitching to be done. I keep telling my daughter she hates hand sewing. In fact, she stitched in the ditch on that one. But sewing, no matter how much you love machine sewing, there'll always be hand sewing involved. Morning, Sarah. Oh, this is for you. Morning, Adele.
Oh, hello.
She's just brought the jacket pattern. Well done. Great demo, that magnetic pin holder. It has a fierce grip. Oh, no, Sorry, there wasn't a gap. I thought you meant that the demo of the magnetic pin holder was a great one. It's a great demo. That magnetic. Sarah Bolam is in the house tomorrow. I'm not in tomorrow, Sarah. I don't know who you've got. Oh, it's Vicky tomorrow. I've got the next few Mondays off. I'm busy. And Alan's been busy. Oh, you've talked a lot about this Pride of Lion cushion.
That's beautiful.
Isn't that amazing?
Wow.
Have a look on the Sewing Street Facebook page, what Alan's been up to. That's beautiful. Well done.
Is that as a cushion?
Yeah.
You could almost have that as a wall hanging as well, couldn't you?
Couldn't you? It'd be a shame to sit on it, wouldn't it?
Yeah. You think he might bite your bottom. He looks so effective, doesn't he?
This cotton poplin, by the way, we don't have the details because it wasn't actually part of the show, but the code, if you wanted to take a look for that on the website, is SI. So SSI LJ 3 7. You lost the will now, haven't you? Or if you type in tulips on grey, it'll come up there. I think that was the fabric that Janice made a circular skirt out of in one of the previous shows. And I've seen it before. It is lovely, isn't it?
It is nice, and it would be a brilliant starter fabric, actually, if the viscose does worry you and you didn't want to go for anything as heavy as this sort of linen look one. But yeah, it would be brilliant as a first, because it behaves itself through the machine. A bit like we said earlier.
Tulips on grey cotton poplin. That's the one.
Oh, it looks lovely, doesn't it?
It's really elegant, isn't it?
And do you know what I also found? Even though it looks like it's a directional print, the flowers move in lots of different directions.
Oh, right.
So it doesn't look like you've got to always worry about pattern matching. I'm going to confess now, I'm not a big fan of pattern matching.
No, me neither, to be honest.
Good. Because I just think if you bought something in the shop, it wouldn't be pattern matched.
Very rarely.
Yeah, so, and I think as well, with such beautiful fabric print like this, it doesn't need to be fully matched up.
No.
Because it's quite a busy, fun print that just let the print sing.
Yeah.
And also it's very complicated, isn't it? Especially when you are cutting two pieces out as mirror and they're folded to then get that all lined up.
Yeah, and you can waste a lot of fabric. If it's a large check or a stripe or something, you've got to.
Yes, stripes I always try and pattern match,
yeah.
but anything that's a natural design, I don't worry. When I was doing this one, I was thinking, I didn't actually place where the flowers were. I just thought, I'm just going to go for it and see where the flowers end up. And I love it because look, that flowers ended up on that pocket. We don't have a flower there, but we've got a flower there on the sleeve.
Yeah.
And I've not looked at the back, but is there a nice placement?
Oh, you're covered in flowers.
Oh, it's quite a nice placement one there, isn't there? So it just makes it look more natural rather than me having to worry.
Yeah.
The only probably place I would worry is on the trousers, though.
Yes.
You'd have to just make sure that you don't get a whoopsie pattern shape or anything there.
Or like on the Rosy Rabbit that we had on the show the other week that had the fabric had bushes on it.
Oh, you're keeping a very straight face there.
I didn't on the day.
Oh, really?
It was quite by accident.
Oh, right. Let's sew this together. So 1.5 centimetres again, seam allowance. Which I didn't realise actually about seam allowances when I first started dressmaking. I used to just think that I had to get it as small as possible to make it as neat as possible, but you don't. You've got to make sure that you keep that 1.5 centimetre seam allowance. There we go.
Well, the dressmaking patterns are like jigsaw puzzles, aren't they?
Yes. Yes.
So to keep your seam allowances consistent is really important, because if you have a little bit of a wobble, then pieces aren't going to match together, right?
Yeah. Now, if you've got a complicated piece that you wanted to make sure that you are keeping to the seam allowance and it's a little bit off, you can always trace or draw on that with some erasable pen or some chalk, just so that you make sure, especially on curves,
Yes, that's a good idea.
to make sure that you keep that 1.5 cm seam allowance. Because if you've covered the grid here, then it can look a little bit, well, it can be a little bit more difficult, can't it?
We're having a busy day today. Tulips on grey fabric is now sold out.
Oh, this?
Yep.
Really? Oh. I don't know if it's still raining out there. Is people just enjoying sitting in front of the TV?
I don't
with
know.
a cup of
What are you
tea?
doing? Is it? Apparently it's a little bit grey here in Redditch.
Well, maybe this is lightening people's days, isn't it?
I'm just thinking how grateful the garden's going to be, and maybe the lawn's not quite as brown, and then just wishing it was all over and hot again.
Yeah, we went away and we were a little bit fingers crossed when we got home to the garden, and we've got pumpkins growing.
Have you?
Yes, yes. So we went away and there was 3 pumpkins. We've come home, there's 2. One, unfortunately, it just got bigger and we hadn't supported it, so it dropped and then it's rotten. But the other 2 are really good, yeah.
I don't know anything about pumpkins. I saw there's a pumpkin field in Marsh in Cambridge, which is amazing. I've never seen it before. So they all have to be supported.
Yes, so they come off big trails. It's almost taken over half the garden, this.
So it is like Cinderella and
Yes, yeah. Honestly, it was in a little flower bed and it's come down and all over the place.
Really?
Yeah, and then my husband's put straw underneath to make sure that it doesn't go rotten on the grass. But 2 of them are starting to go orange already. So my youngest daughter is so excited. She goes out every day, going to check that they're okay.
So did you grow them from seeds?
Yes.
From pumpkins from last year?
Yeah.
Just...
Yeah, I made some
sense, I
pumpkin
suppose.
soup. And,
Really?
Yep, and I just kept those pumpkins seeds, let them dry out, and then just put them in. And honestly, they've been amazing. So yeah, we lost 1 pumpkin on holiday, but the rest have been okay. Right, there's the other. See how quickly that comes together?
I'm more interested in the pumpkins, to be
Are
honest.
you?
Oh, we're sold out of everything now.
So we've got pumpkins. We're talking a lot about food today, aren't we? We're having a more healthier second hour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, we're all cakes and puddings this morning.
Yeah, we've got potatoes, they're ready to come out. Raspberries.
How do you know?
That goes in the
How
gin.
do you know they're ready?
The plants start to die off. So you pick them out. So we might have some chips tonight. I've not planned dinner actually. Some raspberries, they went in the gin last night. Tomatoes.
And I made the cherry gin.
What did you do? Did you just get the plain gin and then put the cherries
A
in?
load of sugar and then a load of cherries, and I haven't even tasted. I don't fancy it, to be honest. So yeah, it's just sat there in a jar. Because my husband, they were in a bowl for ages and weeks, and my husband was saying, "What, are we going to throw this away yet, or what?" So, no, we'll put it in a bottle and we shall drink it.
That'd be nice though in the winter. What about with some ginger ale?
Really?
Cherry and ginger ale.
Cherry?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
See, I'm going to convert you. Next time we meet, you're going to come back and say that
I should be
cherry
sozzled.
gin was lovely. The whole bottle's gone. And I need to make another. Right. So I had gone a little bit longer on this one. So is it okay if I just continue with this?
Yeah,
if
carry
anyone's
on.
bought the pattern, they can see how it comes together. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to do the shoulder seam.
Okey-doke.
And then it's just this big long seam, and then it's only the front bit. Oh, what's happened to that one?
Oh. Sorry, that was me. I was trying to demonstrate how strong needle grippers were by trying to force something through them, and it bent. And I put it back in there thinking I was going to confuse John.
Oh, and another one, look.
Oh, I only did one. I'm only responsible for one of those.
Put them on there and then there. Oh, well, I'm not strong enough. I can't even pick the pin pot off the shelf, so that wouldn't happen to me, would it? Oh, dear me. I need my porridge. Or my Weetabix. Oh. Right. Okay, so we'll do this shoulder seam now.
Oh, I tell you what we have got that we haven't mentioned yet that we really should do are those fabric clips.
Oh,
Because we've got an amazing offer on those, and they're going up in price on Tuesday.
Oh, wow.
We'll have a look in the next hour. We'll have a look in the next hour at those.
Are you
But have a look on the website.
Do you like clips or pins?
Sorry?
Clips or pins?
Dressmaking pins, bag making clips.
Clips. See, I've not got any clips, so I might have to look out for them.
That's a really good deal.
Right. There we are. Oh,
What are you doing?
I don't know. Putting it through its test. Right. So as you can see now, we've got the other shoulder seam done, and all we're going to do now is do this side seam, and then we've almost got the whole jacket done apart from this front edge.
All right.
So again, these patterns come together so well. And like the lady said before, she was a little bit worried about her first dressmaking pattern. This could be a nice one
Yeah.
to do as well.
I hope you've ordered it already because we haven't got any left.
Oh.
Or the fabric that you're using.
Oh.
Did you have much left over, by the way?
Yes, again, there was a good ample amount left over from 3 metres.
Okay.
This would be nice, this fabric as a little headband as well.
That'd be nice. Details on the screen for the fabric that you're wearing. We've only got 5 of these left now.
Oh, I love this.
I like this one. It does feel like linen, doesn't it? It's not, it's
Yes.
cotton, but it feels like linen.
Yeah.
But it's got that nice drape again. But look at the print, it's gorgeous. Now then, if you don't want to go for the 3 metre bundle, we do have it by the ½ metre as well. So if you wanted a smaller amount, if you just wanted to make a little cami top, like a shell top would be nice, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Or a pair of
yes.
shorts for the summer. Oh, those
shorts.
like trousers with elasticated waist, the really relaxed ones.
Oh,
That'd
yes.
be nice, wouldn't it?
Like, you can even have them sort of 3/4
Yes.
length, couldn't you?
Yes, that'd be nice.
And do you know what else you could do?
Oh.
You could have a pair of trousers and a top. Together they look like a jumpsuit,
Yes.
but you can go to the toilet. Because there's nothing worse than going to the toilet in a jumpsuit.
How are you finding that, Kat? Who's wearing a jumpsuit today?
Oh,
With shirring elastic around the
Yes.
top as well. Mm.
Yes.
So £7.99 for ½ metre. Let's have a look how wide this is as well, because I've got a feeling it's wide.
Yes, it was very wide.
Oh no, that's I'm along the selvage, which would be the 3 metres, wouldn't it? Oh no, is that about 120?
I know it took not much, so yeah, about, wow, it says
Feels about
115 here, took the 2 metres.
Must be 115 then. Must be 115. Look what I've done now. I can't go home until it's all folded now. It's not 145. I'm hearing it's 145, but it doesn't feel that wide.
Have you got your metre ruler?
I've got my metre rule.
That's taking me back to school. We have loads of those at school.
So 1. Hang on. We've got nothing else to do in the hour. I may as well double check they've cut a 3 metre length as well. Right,
Oh, look.
1 metre.
Let's say I'll try this on, but I've got my
140.
Here we go, look. There we are.
That is so quick.
Yeah. And again, it's a heavier weight fabric than the viscose, but it still works so well.
Yeah, that looks really good.
With a nice just black vest top underneath.
Yes.
Or your swimsuit. Oh, we're just dreaming of the beach, aren't we?
But it's a nice style of jacket, maybe for an evening jacket. That we don't.
Are you all right there?
I've undone it all now. Evening jackets can be really expensive, and if you've just got a strapless or a strappy evening dress and you just want something to throw over your shoulders, so much more stylish than your cardi, isn't it?
Yes.
But
yes.
affordable.
Yes.
That's the thing.
Yeah, I definitely think I got in a bit of a rut of always just grabbing my cardigan.
Yeah.
And you feel a little bit boring, really, a grey cardigan. But this would look lovely.
Yeah, it would,
just to
wouldn't
put
it?
over the shoulders when the sun goes down and it's a little bit cooler and the gin hasn't taken its toll yet.
Well, when are you back again?
Well, I'm back again on the 12th of September, and that's my birthday.
Oh, is it?
Yes,
Why
yes.
did you agree to that?
Well, Jess said that she could change the date, and I said, well, no, when you get older, you might as well do experiences on your birthday.
And this is your experience?
Yes, yeah, come and share it with everybody else.
Oh.
So September the 12th, I'll be back on. I don't know yet what I'll be making. But
What day is that? Do you know?
It's a Saturday.
Oh, okay.
So, you won't be here.
I won't be here,
Oh.
no.
Well, hopefully we'll catch up again on another Sunday, and I
Yep.
want to hear how that gin and ginger ale is gone.
It'll still be in the bottle. Well, thank you very much for
Thank you ever so much
really
for
lovely
having
morning
me.
this morning. And right, so we'll have a quick roundup of everything that we've got left for you after Vicky tells you how you can place your orders.
Shopping with us couldn't be easier. If you want to shop online, then you can head to our website, www.sewingstreet.com. It will redirect you to our sister channel Jewellery Makers landing page. Don't worry, you haven't gone to the wrong place. We're simply using their website temporarily while we're building our own web shop. Scroll down past the Watch Live part and you'll see all of the products that you will have seen on air on today's live show. You can also shop our catalogue by clicking a category, clicking a product to view closer, and adding it to your basket. Once you're ready to check out, you will need to create an account, which is absolutely free to do so, but it will mean that you can check out on as many orders as you want throughout the day with still only paying one postage and packaging. If you'd prefer to speak to somebody in our UK-based customer service team, then you can do so via the free telephone line number 0800 001 4433. They will not only help you create an account, but will also help you with any of your online shopping. If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Right, we better run you through what we've got left for you on this show and the patterns that we have. I've been really, really busy. So shall we have a look again at this fabric, which was the Heavenly Garden that I've tried to tidy up. 3 meters by 140, which is plenty for any of the dresses and the jackets that we have left for you on the show, with a little bit left over if you're going for the smaller sizes. The largest size is a size 26 on any of the So Different patterns, and you've got enough to make any of those different patterns with this one. So this is, it's like a linen look. It's a really cool 100% cotton natural fabric with a gorgeous drape, but look at the print on that. Isn't that amazing? I'd want that as just a wall hanging. Just put it in a frame and hang it on the wall. I think it's cheery, I think it's classy, and it's a very flattering print as well. It's £46.99 for 3 meters. If you have a look on the website, it is available by the half metre. So if you wanted more or if you wanted less, if you just want to make a bag and you want half a metre of that, then do take a look on sewingstreet.com and you'll find it there for £7.99 for half a metre. Oh, now the tulips. Not much of this left either. So this is a viscose, which gives you a fineness and a drape to the fabric. Viscose is a natural fibre. They call it a semi-synthetic. It's made from wood pulp, so it comes from the barks of trees, and called semi-synthetic because of the dyes that are used in the processing. So there you go. So it's £46.99. It behaves when you wear it very much like cotton, as it is natural and breathable, but it has this very fine drape. So it's such a pleasure to wear viscose. It feels really cool and soft on the skin. And this is perfect, not just for the jackets, but if you're making maybe circular skirts or something that's cut on the bias that you want a lot of drape to it. If you've got a very fluid dress, I wouldn't use it for a structured dress like a shift dress, but if you had a wrap dress, then I think that would be absolutely amazing. So something with drape. This is also available by the half metre. So if you didn't want 3 metres or if you wanted more or less, have a look on the website on sewingstreet.com and you'll find it there. That blue's really pretty as well, isn't it? I love that colour blue. Right, then we have our blush pink viscose. This is very fine, it's finer than this one. Again, we've put 3 meters together for you. Very delicate, almost, it looks like silk, doesn't it? It creases and folds and oh, blends, it's so fluid. This is £46.99 again for your 3 meters. So it's all washable and dryable and all that kind of thing. So it's a lovely fabric. When you're working with this, just make sure it's supported as you're working with it, because it will want to pour away from your sewing machine. And you may find a walking foot useful to stop any kind of slippage between the 2 pieces of fabric. And with a fine fabric like this one, with being plain particularly, if I was going to pin, I'd pin within the seam allowance so you don't risk leaving holes. Maybe silk pins would be a good idea for that one, which are really fine. So that's that one. Then we have our linens. So we've got 2 choices for you. Again, we put 3 meter bundles together, so perfect for the patterns that you've been buying. So this is the stone, really classic colour that, isn't it? And I imagine with something black or very dark brown, or maybe a rusty coloured red would look nice with it. But these kind of neutral colours go together so well with other neutrals. It's the one kind of colour range that doesn't clash. You can't put lots of reds together or lots of pinks together, or blues you can do, the cooler colours, but with neutral colours, with the creams and dark browns and rich browns and cool browns or warm browns, with taupes, with beiges, they all kind of go together anyway, don't they? But I think with a black, this is really outstanding. So it has a texture to it. It's very soft. It doesn't feel like linen, but of course it is. So you've got all this wonderful texture, and it doesn't crease as easily as 100% linen, the woven linen you would normally expect to. So that's £34. That's a good price for linen, you know. £34.99 for 3 meters of that. We also have this available in pink. I'm going to wear roller skates to work next time, I think. In our new studio, I might have to because it's so big. Oh, we've got travelators in the new studio, apparently. Oh, that'll be good. I hope they're fast. Do you know what I'll do? You know at the end of Grease, where they're singing their final song and she's got her tight trousers on, and they go across that walkie thing that goes up and we'll have one of those, won't they? It'll be our makeshift travelator and go up and down. That'd be entertaining. We'll all be a bit seasick. £34.99 again for 3 meters. This is a lovely soft baby pink, a very elegant pink, and you can really see the texture there. It's a really unusual weave, this one. You can buy this by the half metre. Have a look on the website. Oh, we've got some more colours for you as well. So this is one that Kat made her bag out of. So this is isn't that beautiful? What a lovely, elegant colour that is. That's lavender. And that's only £5.99 for half a metre. So soft. We have a teal. That's one of the colours of the moment, isn't it, teal? Buy the half a metre means you can buy as much as you like, as long as it's more than half a metre. So if you wanted to make maybe just a pencil skirt, maybe a couple of metres would be okay. We're recommending 3 metres for any of the patterns that we have left for you. If you're going to go for the largest size, if you're going to go up to the size 12, maybe 14, you're probably only going to need a couple of metres of those. So there's your teal. And then we have denim coloured. So this is a nice indigo colour of linen. Again, £5.99 for your half metre. It's nice to have something that's a little bit different. I've not seen anything quite like that linen when we first brought that to you. We have darker denim, but it's not stiff. So deep indigo colour. The two go really well together. If you're going to make the dress from the pattern that we sold out of earlier on with the contrast pocket, then you can maybe do the contrast pocket in the darker denim. So shall we have a look? Shall we see what it looks like? So we sold out of the pattern, but if you've got it already, I just think that would go really nicely. Gives you a little bit of shape, doesn't it? Because the pockets are quite anonymous on this when you use the same colour fabric, but this kind of gives you that sculpture around the waist. I remember waists. Actually, I never did have one. Right, so £4.99 again for half a metre, and these are 140 wide, so you're getting quite a nice size of fabric there. Great for bag making, homewares as well. And then we have a 3 metre bundle of the lighter denim for £29.49, under £10 a metre. That again is great value for money, and denim never goes out of fashion, does it? So again, £29.49 for. I can remember when I first started wearing jeans. My grandfather was a steam engine driver. He used to drive the Buxton to Manchester Express, and they lived in Buxton, and the train track was at the bottom of the garden, so we could wave to him when he was going past. But he wore denim overalls and a denim cap, because that's what steam engine drivers wore. And I can remember when I first started wearing jeans when I was an early teenager, all I got was, Deborah, you're wearing overalls. He was disgusted that young ladies were wearing denim. It's workwear. Well, there you go. Shall we have a look at these patterns? This is what we've got left. And when platform shoes came out, you're going to break your neck on those, he said. He added another word in there, actually. This is the long line jacket. Any of the fabrics that we've got, the heavier fabrics. I wouldn't go for the viscose for this one. But if it's denim or if it's the linens, absolutely. Oh, the canvas, that'd be nice. I'm calling it canvas. With the Heavenly Flowers one, that would look lovely with this long line jacket. And you could do the contrast pocket thing as well. £16.99 is the price there. If you go back to the 9th of March on our YouTube channel, you'll see Laura and Tree, and they were demonstrating this said jacket. So if you buy the pattern and you think, I can't remember, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do it, have a look. In fact, have a look on there now if you like. If you go to YouTube and then the Sewing Street channel, and then you can go through in date order, you can have a quick look before you place your order. But we have been selling out of loads of stuff today. This is our cocoon jacket. £14.99 is your price there. And then don't forget, we have one dress left for you, which is the Geo dress. And this one was demonstrated on the 6th of August. Right, now coming up in the next hour, we've got lots of tools. We've got those clips back. We've got the sewing machine I'll be giving you more details of, with a massive saving on that. And we've got lots of other tools and things as well. Oh, and we're going to have a roundup of some birthday offer. I didn't see the birthday on Friday, so I'm quite looking forward to seeing what offers that we have left for you. So go put the kettle on. Place your order now is a good time before we start the next show. And I'll see you again after the break. Hi, I'm Debbie Shaw from Sewing Street, and these are my 5 top tips for successful sewing. So, number 1, always use a good quality thread. A good quality thread will keep your seams stronger and also help to prevent lint building up inside your sewing machine. Tip number 2, if your project isn't going quite according to plan, put it down, walk away from it, come back again the next day, and you'll probably find that things don't seem half as bad as they did. My tip number 3, never throw away your sewing machine manual. Always keep it to hand, because you're going to find hints and tips, techniques and troubleshooting in that manual. You'll miss it if you lose it. My tip number 4 is to read your pattern instructions before you even cut out your fabric. Different manufacturers of patterns will give you different instructions, different ways of constructing your garments and different seam allowances. So to have a successful garment, you need to follow the instructions precisely. And then tip number 5 is don't give up. Every professional sewer sewed their first seam. Every professional quilter quilted their first quilt. Every professional quilter sewed their first line of wonky stitches and had to get out the quick and pick. That's no different to you. So I hope you find these useful. If you want more hints and tips, then why not go to Sewing Street on channel 74 on Freeview, on Sky 670, and of course we have a YouTube channel where you can catch up on previous demonstrations. We'll see you soon.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Hi, I'm Rosie Wells.
My name's Poppy and I'm a nutritional therapist.
Hi, I'm Ruth Lynette and I can't wait to join you all on the brand new Gemporia Lifestyle channel.
If you're a fan of primal living, you're going to adore what's around the corner.
What is lifestyle? Lifestyle is healthy habits.
Feeling good, it's about looking great,
Making sure that we're taking good care of ourselves inside.
and it's about the life that you lead and the home that you live in.
All of this is why I'm so excited.
We've got the most wonderful team.
Homeware deals and primal deals under one roof on one channel.
I can't wait to share this brand new channel with you. So we'll see you soon on Gemporia Lifestyle.
Gemporia Lifestyle, coming soon to Freeview Channel 74 and gemporia.com.
Would you like to take part in our weekly competition? If you do, then all you have to do is head to the Sewing Street fan page group on Facebook. Post your picture of your make. Myself, Debbie Shaw and John Cole Morgan love looking at all of your makes every week. We pick our favourite and announce the winner every Friday live on the show. Happy sewing and good luck.
Welcome back again. This is our final live hour here this Sunday morning on Sewing Street. And we've made it a good one. We've pulled together so many bargains for you in the show. So many great deals and offers. So if you're after a bit of a bargain, whether it's a sewing machine or a pair of scissors, you're in the right place. Our early bird this morning is your 12.5 by 6.5 inch Creative Grids ruler. It's only £12.99. That is an amazing price. You'll find these rulers so useful. I use a 24 by 12 inch ruler for practically everything. Even if I'm cutting an inch square out of the bottom of a bag, my big ruler comes out because I'm just so used to using it. Not everybody has the space. Maybe you need to store things away or pop this into a bag. So it's a really good size. It's big enough so that you can still cut through multi-layers of fabric. If you fold them straight off the bolt, no problem. And you've got all of the markings that its big grown-up brothers and sisters of rulers have on them as well. So you have your 45, you've got your 60 and 30-degree angles, so you can be cutting triangles, 60-degree diamonds, cutting bias binding with these as well. It's all in inches going down to 1/8 of an inch increments with both black and white markings on them so that you can see the colours, or you can see the markings no matter what colour of fabric you're going to be using. So there you can see the black markings really stand out, you don't see the white at all. If you put black against it, you see the white markings, you don't see the black ones at all. So it's easy to use. With Creative Grids, it's the same on all of them. These matte areas are the grippy bits, so that helps to prevent slippage of your ruler, particularly when you're using a rotary cutter, you've got hand on here. The last thing that you want is for that to move, because then you're not going to be cutting accurately. And that's what it's all about when you're using rulers. It's enabling you to cut quickly and to cut accurately. You're going to need your rotary cutter and mat to go with these as well. Creative Grids always have a QR code on the front. So if you have a QR scanner on your smartphone or your tablet, just hover the camera over the top of here and it'll take you straight through to YouTube so you can watch a demonstration with exactly the tool that you're buying. If you don't have a QR scanner, if you don't have a smartphone, then just go to YouTube anyhow, put Creative Grids into the search bar, and then when you get to the Creative Grids channel, then you can pop in the rectangular ruler and it'll come up with all of their rulers with an excellent explanation of how to use them. But they're ever so easy. So this is going to be perfect if you are a quilter, but if you're bag making, if you're making homewares, if you want to square off the corners of a square cushion cover, you'll find accuracy really important when you go for a ruler like this. When we do eventually get around to doing workshops again, perfect to pop into a bag, doesn't take up too much space, and but it is as useful as you're going to find the bigger versions of these. Now £12.99 is a reduced price. You're saving £2 while we have the stock, so that's today's early bird special. So we've got lots of them though, so I'm glad you're ordering those. Hopefully we've got enough for everybody throughout the rest of the hour today. Because we've had a very busy day today. Very busy day today on a Sunday. We like a Sunday. We had a very busy day on Thursday as well. Because we had some, on our birthday, not Thursday. We did have a very busy day on Thursday, actually. It was our birthday. Well, it's our half birthday. Any excuse. 2 birthdays a year. We're a bit like the Queen at Sewing Street. So we had half birthday specials for you as well. This is only available until midnight tonight. I've not seen a circular sewing box before. I think this is really stylish, and I love the way that it's covered in this this tweed. Does look like a hat box, doesn't it? Inside here, up you come. I'll undo it first. We have a really nice padded lid, so you can use that as the pin cushion. There's a tray inside there as well, which is removable, which is really handy, so you can store smaller items. And then you've got this huge area here, which you can absolutely fill with 150 clips. Details coming up shortly. But you've got a lot of space in there. And of course, this isn't necessarily just for sewing accoutrements. It could be to keep your nail things in there, your files and your varnishes and your whatnots. It could be hair bits and bobs and bobbles and clips and grips and rollers or anything like that. It could be a jewellery box maybe. That would be a nice idea. Somewhere to keep all of your accessories. That's even big enough at the bottom to keep rolled up belts in. And again, it's another one of those items that makes a really lovely gift idea. But I like the way that we have the tartan effect in the purples and greys, and then the herringbone. It's not novelty like a lot of the these type of sewing boxes are that we bring you. It's got a nice wooden base as well, so it's a really good, sturdy sewing box. I think that looks like more than £12.49's worth. I don't know about you. I would have thought at least 30 myself. Somebody bought that for me. Make a nice gift and have it filled up, wouldn't it? So if you have some bobbins and threads and scissors and thimbles and pins and things like that, and you could actually add a bag of sweets, you could jam-pack that full of sewing things. And it's a nice, useful storage area. You know, sometimes sewing boxes can be tiny, you can't even fit a pair of scissors in them, but that is a really, really good size. And I can't believe it's only £12.49. The price will increase by £12.49, so that's a bit more like the price you'd expect it to be at midnight tonight. I would have said £29.99 would have been a good price for that. You can multi-order if you like, so if you want to buy a few of them and stock them up, or one for you and one for a friend or somebody else you know who sews or has jewellery or hairdressing things or just wants a bit of pretty storage. Go for as many of those as you like. You still only pay that one postage all day, remember, here at Sewing Street, of £3.95. Oh, now then. We've still got the birthday deal. Move that out of the way. I keep switching it on by accident. It's like a disco on the desk. Here we have got these out already. Millwood gift set. I was asked the other day actually if I could name brands of scissors. Which ones do I use? I do have a set of Millwoods at home, the small ones and the large silver ones. They don't have a serrated edge. I tend to use my clover ones, to be honest, but they do have a serrated edge, so you are restricted to the different types of fabric that you can use because they grip. These don't have the serrated edge, so if you like to go shoom with your scissors and cut through you know, large lengths of fabrics, then you can do with these. I say scissors, they're actually shears because they have the bent handles, and they're a nice size as well. They're left or right-handed. No, they're not, sorry, they're right-handed. Because you've got a good length of blade there and they're comfortable. Sometimes with metal scissors like these, they can be really, really heavy. They can be quite difficult to open and close. These aren't. They're lightweight and they're easy to use. That's the motion I think that people will find most difficult if you have knuckle problems. It's not the closing, it's the opening up afterwards, but these are really easy. They've got a very smooth scissor action. So £11.99 for a good pair of scissors is a ridiculously low price, but you are getting proper scissors included as well. So these have like a filigree embossing on them, so they look rather vintage, and they're nice and sharp to the tip. I'll show you what I mean, because that's another thing that I go on about, but it's really important. If I'm snipping off a tiny shard of thread, I want to be able to snip that thread accurately without cutting into my fabric. If I want to snip into maybe a curve on a 1/4 of an inch seam, I want to make a snip that is a 1/16 of an inch long, and I can do that with these scissors. So they're really good quality, very pointy, sharp scissors, and these are just lovely to work with. And again, you can make those tiny, tiny little snips, which is really important. There's no point in buying a pair of scissors, or if you've got scissors or shears already at home, where you kind of have a biting point. So they've got to the stage where they don't quite meet at the tip, they don't quite meet here, but you've got a really good section halfway down, so you can kind of cut like that. A lot of scissors end up that way. I don't want that. I want to use the whole of the length of my scissors because I'm going to get a neater cut and it's less action on my hands when I can cut right sharp to the point. So that's what I mean by that. That's really important. We're also including a thimble. You'll always have a bit of hand sewing to do. And we've got some rather posh pins with silver heads as well. So a nice little gift idea, but how about treating yourself? Have you got some decent scissors already? Are you new to dressmaking and sewing? These are really important tools. Your scissors are as important as your sewing machine, which is as important as your iron. And when you can get anything with a saving, £600 saving, £8 saving, then why not? And you can never have too many of those, can you? Christmas presents again, Christmas birthdays. £11.99 for the whole set, in the box as well, so they're going to be really easy to wrap as well. So those are your scissors. Also, we've got the clips. Now then, we did have thousands of these. So we knew that this is an early bird, that normally the price increases at the end of the day, and we thought, no, let's carry this on until we run out of stock, which looks like it's going to be Tuesday. Any stock that we do have left, the price will be going up on Tuesday. They're only £9.99, and this is for 50 clips. Now these are unbranded, and I don't normally go for anything that's unbranded because sometimes you just don't get the quality. You get copies of the branded. I think these are made in exactly the same place because when you compare to the branded versions, they're exactly the same. They're strong. They've got a really strong grip, which is something that you want because you don't want loose clips because they'll fall out of your fabric. So if you're sewing through lots of layers of fabric, or the kind of layers of fabric that you're going to find difficult to pin, if you're sewing the kind of fabric that you can't pin, if it's laminated, you physically can't get a pin into the fabric because it's so heavy, or you don't want to pin because you're going to risk leaving holes in the fabric, then your clips are perfect. They have a flat side to one side of them, so as you're feeding your fabric underneath the sewing machine, or if you're cutting fabric while you're clipping it, that stays flat on the table. And the curved section here means that if you're sewing in things like piping or binding, it's not going to squish it flat. That could be quite difficult to grip hold of. I tend to use clips if I'm gluing something. So if I'm making a bag strap, for instance, although I'll sew it, I'll have a little bit of glue on there as well to give it double the strength. But if I've got a very thick strap, if I'm using canvas, or if I have a faux leather, then I can use the clips to hold the glue in place, again, where I can't actually pin them. Lots of colours in the pack as well, so they're going to stand out against different colours of fabric. They're easily identifiable. If you drop them, you can see them easily as well. And these only working out at 19p per clip. If I Oh, they are magnetic. You can store them in your magnetic. Just wanted to make sure it was the right metal on that to be able to do that. So that's for 50 for your £9.99. That's great value. I think you might want more. I think when you start using them and you start losing them, I don't know where they go to. I have a big cup, and I've told you before, which is like a plant pot cup, and that was absolutely full of my clips. And there's probably a dozen left in the bottom now. I don't know where they go. I blame the grandgirls. If you wanted to go for twice the amount, you're not going to pay twice the price. So if you go for 100 of those, that's £17.98. And you'll use them. Or if there are more than one of you and you both want to order some, why not order these and split the packet in two, or they'll come in 2 packets anyway. So one for you and one for a mate. If there's 3 of you, you might want more. These work out at 17 pence per clip. So you're saving a couple of pounds, you're saving a couple of pence on each one of those little clips. So that's 100. Is that not enough? For goodness sake, you want more. How about going for 150, because then your price comes down again, then you'll have 3 packets of clips. So if there are 3 of you, or maybe you're somebody that's going to be taking classes and workshops, or you are already maybe if you're lucky enough, then you can give these to 3 different people. So £23.97, they'll come in 3 little bags like this as well. £23.97 is for 150 clips. So that's going to be the most cost-effective way to go, because that works out at 15 pence a clip then. That's great value. But remember, until Tuesday, the price goes up on all of those 3 options on Tuesdays. So aren't you glad you're watching now? So you can order on the website on sewingstreet.com, or you can give us a ring on 0800 001 4433. Oh, Margaret's messaged in. Hi, Margaret. Oh, she can't find our early bird creative grid on the website. Oh, should we help her out? Well, if we give you the code, that is NXUT80. So if you type that code up there into the search bar on the top of the website, that should take you there. It may not say early bird. It may just say creative grid ruler. Is it not underneath us? When you go into it's actually the Jewellery Maker website, but if you go to sewingstreet.com, it'll say Jewellery Maker, don't worry about that. Then you'll see a video of what's going out live at the time. And then normally all of the products that we have in the 4 hours live are listed underneath there. So you might have to scroll right away down because we launched that at 8 o'clock this morning. So if you go right to the end of the first page after sewing machines, you should find it down there as well. But if not, make a note of that code up there and then just type that in and that should take you there. I hope that helps, Margaret. Let us know if you're stuck again. So don't want you to miss out on reduced price anything. Do get hold of those though. If you've not used the clips before, I think you'll become a little bit addicted to them. Still use pins. Like I said to Adelle, I use pins for dressmaking. I'll use clips for bag making and thick fabric, so they all have their place. And sometimes I might use both together. But that's just greedy. Right, what else have we got? Oh, our sewing machine. This machine is la creme de la creme of all of the sewing machines that we bring you, in my opinion. It's sophisticated, it's comprehensive, it's heavy. I love a heavy sewing machine. I can't even lift my sewing machine at home because it gives you that sturdiness as you're sewing, and this is a fast machine. If you particularly straight line sewing on a long stitch at speed, amazing. Doesn't shake, doesn't knock your cup of tea off the table or anything. But it is very simple to use. But there's an awful lot of features with this one. We did feature this in the show last Thursday with Jane from Elna. Didn't have time in the hour to go through all of the features because there's just so many of them. But basically, you've got 350 stitches. They're all inside here. I'll show you those in just a second. We have a stylus somewhere. I don't know what happened to that. Let's have a look in here. Oh, let's take this off and have a look. Whoops. we have an accessory box. You will have your separate accessories included. That comes out as well. Got a couple of different types of walking feet included because you do have a high-speed straight stitch walking foot as well. So your spare spools and things will be in there. You do get extra bobbins. You've got storage space here so that you can store your bobbins so that they're to hand at all times. You also get the extension table with this one as well, don't you? You get a massive extension table which slides on here for things like supporting quilts and dressmaking, and if you're doing free motion embroidery, it's somewhere to rest your wrists. So this is really intuitive, and you can kind of program it in to tailor make your needs. But it is, I said, it's very simple to use because the stitches that you're going to use most of all appear on the screen right in front of you as soon as you switch the machine on, which is useful. So all you need to do is to literally touch it, either with your finger or the stylus that you get there as well. It'll automatically default to a straight stitch like most domestic sewing machines do, or computerised sewing machines do, but then you can change the settings on here as well. And in fact, you can change the settings of even the stitch length as default. So if you're going to use a straight stitch a lot and you like it on a 2.6, but the machine automatically comes onto a 2.2, you can adjust this in the settings so it comes onto the length that you want. If you want the needle to stop always in the down position, then you can do. If you want the foot to automatically lift up every time you use it, then you can do there as well. There's lots of guides in here too. Let me take you through the top bit. So the first chapter here are your utility stitches. And there are pages and pages and pages of them. As you can see, we just keep scrolling through all the way through to eyelets. So that's all those different types of buttonholes, and for stretch fabric as well. 11 different buttonholes. We've got overcasting, over edge stitches, blind hem stitches. As we come back again, that's the home page or the main page. As we go into the second chapter here, we go into some more decorative stitches. But I like the information on here because if you're quite new to sewing, it explains everything. So if you only want to look at the satin stitches, you don't have to scroll through pages and pages and pages of numbers. You go straight to satin stitches. And then you can scroll through pages and pages of just the satin stitches. The reason you've got a lock stitch in here is because you can use a memory and store different styles of stitches together, or mix those with letters maybe, and that locks off the stitch at the end of the decorative stitch. And this one's a space. So if I wanted a scallop and then have a scallop in a mirror image maybe with a space in the middle, I can do that. Have a play with this when you get it home. Because there's so much you can do with it. But open up the section here, I can then adjust the width and I can adjust the length. I can increase or decrease the size of the stitch by extending it up to five times. So sometimes one at the moment, but I can make it longer and longer and longer up to 5 times. But the machine fills in the gaps, so it doesn't just stretch the stitch out, it actually makes it a solid stitch of the right kind of size. So that's that one. You can go back down again. Let's go back again through the different stitches. What it also does is give the information that you need regarding the foot that it's recommending. So that'll be the satin stitch foot. You can mirror image by pressing these up here. If they're greyed out, that means that you can't. So we can't do that way, but we can do that way. So you can mirror image in 4 directions. And you can choose whether you have the foot stopping automatically in the up position. That's really useful, but it does take a while to get used to. So have a play with that again. Let's move on here to some more different styles of stitches. And this is quite fun because now you can start to create frames. If we go into this bit here, it'll start the stitch at an angle, stitch straight, and then finish at an angle if you choose it to. So I can have a 45-degree angle. That's changed the angle here. And I can make a frame because that's going to mite to the corner. And I can have that in 2 directions as well. So if I wanted it facing inwards, let's press this one, and that's changed it over to this way, but not the bottom one. So let's do the bottom one as well. And that'll change it again. So I can now make a box with a 45-degree angle in the corner. And you can use different stitches on this one as well. Oop, can't do that. Let's press OK. off you go. Let's have a look at some more stitches. So let's go into the alphabet. So we've got 4 different fonts here. Again, you can join these together, and of course you would do with the alphabet as well, by pressing the memory key. And you can join these together with some of your designs, with some of the embroidery designs as well. When you've come up with your design, you can either store them on the machine by pressing the folder here, or you can store them on a USB stick. You've got a USB port just at the side of the machine down here. So you can import some designs that you've already made, or it's extra storage. It's like having an external hard drive, so you can kind of drop things onto there when your machine gets full up. This one's useful as well. Up to 9mm, by the way, for the capital letters. That's the largest size you can do. This is really useful, again, if you're quite new to sewing and you want the perfect stitch to make a seam. Then just press the seaming button. Are you working with woven fabric? Are you working with stretch or knit fabrics? Are you sewing curves? Or are you top stitching? Let's say we're top stitching. So that's my perfect top stitch. I know it's only the straight stitch, but it's now set this to a length of 4.5 and the central needle position of 3. So it's at a press of a button without you having to think about, well, anything really. If you go back again to, let's do over edge. And again, am I working with woven or stretch or knit? Let's say I'm working with a stretch fabric. Which stitches are you going to recommend for that one? Where have we gone? Let's do that one. Oh, at the side there, look. So different stitches for different weights of fabric are recommended. That takes you don't have to research, basically. Let's have a look at gathering. Am I gathering or am I ease stitching? We talked about ease stitching in the last hour. So ease stitching is where you would sew along the seam allowance around the top of a sleeve, as you see here, and very gently pull the threads in to shrink the fabric, not to gather it. But if I really want to gather, then that's going to be the one I choose. So you can see the ease stitching stitch is slightly smaller than the gathering stitch, but they're still both long stitches. Are you sewing a zip in? Is it a concealed zip or is it a lap zip? Oh, it's a concealed zip. Okay, then that's the stitch that you're going to use. And we've got, again, different types of fabric that you can choose from on top of that as well. So it's almost like having its own little encyclopedia here. So there's lots and lots of information on the screen. What you can also do is lock the whole thing. So now if you put your foot on the foot pedal by accident, or when you walk away from the machine, if you've got children in the house, you may like to do that. So, they're not going to be able to come along and play with it. I wouldn't leave it like that for too long, because it's not going to take them 5 minutes to figure that one out. And then we can go into settings, and in here there's so much you can do, from adjusting the colour of the screen to taking the sound away if you don't want to listen to the beep, to customising the machine to make it personal to you. You can there is an alert on here, or sensors on here, to let you know how much thread is left on the machine, and that's the upper thread and the lower thread. So I'm just looking at this backwards, so I can't quite see it properly. And you can ask it to let you know how much thread is left on there. Particularly important with the bottom thread, because how many times are you saying, oh, I've got a bit of thread, now I'm fine. Oh, keep it, no, I'm fine, I've got enough thread. And then you do a big long stretch. I did it with a bag handle last night, big long stretch of fabric, and you get to the end and you think, I ran out all the way back there. So this machine will give you an alert if you're, and you can choose as well, you can choose whether you're going to have an alert at 1 metre or 2 metres or half a metre, or however long you want it to. That's how personal this machine can actually get. In the lid up here, all of the stitches right in front of you, and all of the different sections as well. Now, a lot of the times with machines like these, you'll have mode A, mode B. This one is chaptered into applique stitches, heirloom stitches, quilting stitches. So it makes it a little bit more easy for you to understand which stitches been designed. I mean, you can mix and match them, I don't know. But which stitch is appropriate for which type of quilting project. So these are your utility stitches. That's what you're going to use most of all. These are all of the buttonhole stitches. There's a button placement stitch as well, so you can sew buttons on with the machine. When you choose stitch number 12, the feed dogs will automatically stop working, so you don't have to drop them. The square stitching here is perfect if you are hand sewing a buttonhole, so that can be your strengthening stitch. We've got mending stitches in here, buttonholes for stretch fabric, and then we've got different shapes of eyelets as well. These are the applique stitches, so some of these overlap because blind hem is perfect for applique. Stretched blind hem stitches are perfect for applique. These little picot stitches that look like blanket stitches in all different kind of widths and in 2 directions as well. Heirloom stitches, so you can use these for smocking. Heirloom stitching can be drawn work by using a loose weave fabric like linen and drawing the thread from in between the ladder stitch to give a decorative effect. More kind of smocking stitches or fake smocking stitches here. You can put threads or yarn underneath these kind of stitches and create some really lovely decorative designs. And then for quilting, there are the decorative stitches, but you've also got triple stitches, the needle in the left-hand position, and the right-hand position you don't see an awful lot on sewing machines to give you a 1/4 inch seam allowance. The ones that are greyed here, you can horizontal mirror image. So with all of the stitches, you'll be able to flip them from side to side that way, but this allows you to flip them from side to side that way as well. Coming across to satin stitches, down here to lots and lots and lots of decorative stitches. Some of those are really fun. We've got little flowers there. There's stars. That looks like sunglasses. I don't think it is. We've got satin stitch hearts. So lots and lots of decorative stitches for you to have fun with. Long stitches, so just decorative stitches, but long. That's a nice one, that number 6. Might have a play with that. And then pictographs. So here we have more novelty stitches like cats and little caravans and umbrellas, but these are quite nice to use as well. I've not seen this on a sewing machine before, but these are washing and drying instructions. So if you're making a quilt that you're selling, or you're making anything as a gift, you're making a dress or something like that, you can actually stitch these out onto a label or onto the garment directly. So you've got your washing instructions already on there. These are quite nice as well. I might have a play with those in a second because they're words. So yes, you've got the alphabet, but these are, the stitch is handmade, stitch, love, sweet, cafe. And I don't know why cafe. And you've got these little sewing icons as well. So there's the mannequin, and that's the only sewing one actually. Sure there were scissors on here somewhere. I'm sure there were scissors last time I was here. And then we've got the alphabet stitches there as well. It's a really smooth machine to use, and it's very quiet. And I think it's one of those machines that lesser or more inferior machines just dream of being when they grow up. When I grow up, I want to be an Elna 780A. It'll work with or without the foot pedal. So if you do have issues with coordination, or your legs don't work very well, then you just press the start-stop button. Right, I'm going to... This is what you're going to have to get used to, because when you start sewing, the foot automatically goes down. If you want it to, you don't have to have that option. Let's switch it off and on again, because then we'll just default right back to the home screen. I love the sound when it starts up. Oh, I just like that. So it may look big and complicated. This was the first time Adelle used this machine this morning, and she was away with it right from the start. So let's go into the pictograph ones. So I'm just going to scroll down till it gets to pictograph. And I wanted to try... Oh no, I was going into play, wasn't I? What was I going to do? Let's go into play. So I'm going to go back. Play. And let's have a look at the... Doing it again. The handmade, which is stitch number 10. So I'll just put my foot down, pull out the, I think I've got the wire, so just, there's a little bit of a knot going on down here. Got a nice big foot pedal as well, so your foot doesn't slip. Right, then we'll put our foot down. So there's somebody in the cellar pulling it down. Right, and there we go. Stop it! Honestly. So I'll do that one again. Foot automatically lifts up. Let's move that across. And stitch 10. Oh, I'm on a lock stitch. I don't want to be on that lock stitch, but I do want the scissors on. And to press the start or stop button on the front. So I can't keep the foot pedal in. Now then, the lock stitch in front of me is flashing. So I'm going to stitch out a couple of these. The last thing that you want when you're stitching out a word is for the machine to stop halfway through. Because then you haven't got the word, have you? So because I've got my lock stitch flashing, the machine is automatically going to stop when it comes to the end of the word. And that's actually one stitch, and that is perfectly stitched out on both sides. Don't adjust tensions and things like that on this machine, not unless you're doing any kind of specialist stitching. It's going to be absolutely perfect. So do have a play with these. I like, what else have we got? Oh, I like the mannequin one. Because I've not seen stitches like these. These are quite new stitches, I think, on the Elmer sewing machines. You get a 2-year warranty, by the way, just for your peace of mind. So that's going to carry on sewing and sewing and sewing. I've just pressed the lock stitch, which looks like a bullseye, so that I know that when it finishes right at the end of my mannequin and not halfway through. Look how clear those stitches are. And you can hear how quiet the machine is as well. And it's a very fast machine, but it doesn't go shaking all over the table. Now then, if you're quilting, it's got an 11-inch sewing space, so the throat in here is huge. That's 11 inches is a wide space. So you can roll up your quilts if you wanted to. You've got a very bright light under here as well. That's because there are actually 10 lights underneath there. So you get a really well illuminated workspace. 2 buttons on the front down here. You do get a knee lifter with this one, although you do have the automatic foot lift anyway. And the other one is to adjust, if ever you've stitched out a buttonhole and it's a little bit like that, it kind of turns it back again so that you can align the stitches. Never happened on my machine, but you've got the facility there anyway. Let's have a look. The heart. These are all in the play section, and I think that's what you should do. Just have a play when you get it home. You can maybe stitch out a sampler, and I think it's important to stitch the stitches that you're going to stitch before you stitch them, if that makes any sense at all, because they always look different to they do in a diagram. So you'll get an idea of exactly the size of the stitch that you've chosen and exactly the way that it looks. Those hearts are really pretty. So some of these designs are really classy, some of them are very modern. And remember, you can mirror image. So if I just stop that for a second, mirror image, let's start again. Then my hearts are upside down. All of these are programmable. So there's a memory in here, so I could actually store these and maybe put some letters in there as well. In the middle of the row of hearts, you could put love maybe. So you can see they've now turned upside down. And you can mirror image in the left to right direction as well if you wanted to. But it's just so easy to use. It is easily a machine that a beginner would be able to use. I don't know if a beginner would be spending nearly £2,000 on a sewing machine, but if you're serious about your sewing, if you know that you're heading off on that sewing journey and one day you are going to be a dressmaker or you are going to be a quilter, maybe you're going to have a think about selling what you make and going to sewing professionally, you've got a machine that's going to grow with you. I know I've said this for donkey's years and been copied very many times, but you buy the machine that is a machine suitable for the sewer that you want to be, not where you are at the moment, because you're always going to outgrow it. it's going to take a long time to outgrow this machine. I can't imagine any other feature that you'd want from a machine apart from maybe an embroidery machine. That would be the next stage on, I think, from this one. So no matter what level you're at the moment, it's pushing buttons, basically. You tailor make the machine to how you want it to be for your personal sewing experience. So do you want the needle up, needle down? Do you want the foot up, the foot down? What is the stitch length that you want to default? How do you want the screen to look? Do you want the sound? Do you not want the sound? How long do you want the thread to be when it's running out? When do you want that alert to let you know that it's going? Do you want to use a foot pedal? Do you not want to use a foot pedal? This is like your own personal sewing experience. So if the first thing that you're going to make is maybe a mat to put your sewing machine on, you're going to move on from that very quickly. Beginners aren't beginners for very long. Once you become addicted to sewing, you're addicted to your sewing machine, you will find, I think, that you will outgrow machines left, right and centre. So obviously, it's a lot of money, but if you're serious about your sewing and you're in the market and you can go for it, you've got a great price here because you do have a saving of around about £600 while we have this stock. When this sells out, and it will do, it's one of our most popular sewing machines, it will be brought back at a higher price. We can bend Eleanor's arms so far up their backs before they really start to complain. After this lot, they're really starting to complain. You have support from Eleanor as well with that 2-year warranty. They are a British company based in, well, the machines are actually made in Switzerland and still are, but they are based in Stockport in Cheshire. And they are very nice people. So if you do have any problems, issues, you've lost your instruction manual, anything, there will be somebody there at the end of the phone that you can speak to. They've been there for a long, long time. So even after your 2-year warranties run out, yes, you will have to pay for any kind of repairs if you need them after 2 years, but there will still be somebody there to help you out with any problems that you may have. I think you're investing in such an amazing machine. I know you're going to be over the moon with it. I have a Janome machine, which isn't actually made anymore. Janome, Elna, all under the same roof. And I can't recommend this brand high enough. And I'm not sponsored by them. And they don't give me machines. I buy my sewing machines just like you do. And this would be my brand of choice. There's lots of great brands out there. And they do some fabulous machines. I don't know, I'm just drawn to Elna and Janome. I like them as a company. And I like the standard of sewing machine. I don't want to replace it. If I'm spending £2,000 on a sewing machine, I don't want to replace it next year or in 10 years' time. If you look after your sewing machine, there is no reason why 25 years down the line this still isn't going to be supporting you. And that's the same with any sewing machine. You invest in a quality sewing machine and you probably have it for the rest of your life. So all you need to do is make sure it's kept clean, service it occasionally, keep the fluff out of the throat underneath here. If you can't remember the last time you changed your needle or cleaned your sewing machine, about time you did. Give it a wipe clean with a damp cloth, not wet, every now and again. Keep the cover on it. Don't drop it. And there's no reason why this can't be with you for years and years and years to come. You do have as well, have a look on the website, there are so many feet that come along with the machine, including your high performance plate, which gives you a fabulous straight stitch at speed, and you've got your high performance foot and walking foot included in there as well, along with lots of other feet, all the kinds of things that you would expect, and more so. I did have a big box of feet somewhere, because I moved them from here and said to Adele, do you mind if I just put those under there? I'll give him a knock in the cellar. You got my feet? Shaking his head. Apparently not. Don't know what we've done with those. But you do get a nice big box. It's like a chocolate box. And when you open it up, there's lots and lots of feet inside there. Has Adele actually left the building? Oh, if Jane's watching at home. No, we haven't lost it, Jane. We've put it somewhere safe. It's in that drawer where you keep all your things safe, down here. So I told you that we knew where it was. Phew. So thank you for looking. I got it. It was just where I put it. So just really. Oh, I'm getting the big sigh. The rolling eyes right around the back of his head. So in here, let's have a look at the camera up there. In here. We can hear you. That's your high performance walking foot. So it's only got one L because you're only going to sew in a straight line. And in fact, when this foot is fitted along with the plate that comes with it, the machine will not allow you to use a decorative stitch because it doesn't want to break its own needles. You have an open-toed free motion embroidery foot, but then you also have a closed-toed free motion embroidery foot. And then you also have an interchangeable, free motion embroidery foot. Then we have our straight stitch foot, and we have a ruler work foot, and we have a, that's part of your free motion embroidery foot. You don't actually need to use one of these things with a spring on it with that one for free motion. We have a buttonhole foot. We've got an over edge foot and a satin stitch foot and a blind hem foot and a rolled hem foot and a zipper foot, and have I got to remember where these go? And a quilting foot and an open toed satin stitch foot, more of these free motion feet with the closed toes and the open toes, and oh sorry, that was the blind hem foot, wasn't it? So all of that, and your seam guide and your spare plate. So you've got a straight stitch plate and a high performance stitch plate, and you've got a seam lifter for going over thick seams, and then the rest of this box is just full of spare needles, a twin needle, quick and pick, and everything that you need, as you would expect with a sewing machine. So you've got your screwdrivers and things like that. So I'm putting these back in exactly the same order as they came out. They haven't got numbers on them, but all of those included in your price. I do like the straight stitch as well. That the straight stitch plate. In fact, let's have a look at the high performance straight stitch plate. I'll just take this out and show you. Brand new machine, this one. Looks like a regular straight stitch plate, but it says HP. When you pop this on and you simply flick off the other one, there's no screws or anything, and put this one on, the machine recognises that it's about to go into overdrive as far as speed is concerned and accuracy. So you will have one hole for the needle to go in. So it's important that the machine won't allow you to do a decorative stitch or a zigzag stitch because it will break. But all of these bars here then help to keep the fabric flat as it goes underneath the machine, so that prevents puckering when you're sewing a straight line. Particularly when you've got shiny or slippery or fine fabrics, you'll find that absolutely invaluable. So not all machines come with this. It will work with your high-speed walking foot or your high-speed foot. But again, these have only got one hole in them. All the other stitches that you can't use, should we do it, will be greyed out when you pop this on. So I can't quite remember. Oh, it's that one, isn't it? That's it. So button underneath there, and you flick the plate up. I'll turn this around so I can show you what's going on here, because it says warning. But this is just warning me that I've taken the plate, that I haven't got a plate. It won't let me sew like that. So it is very intuitive. So you can, and that's where you're going to clean it as well. So again, no screws to lose. And you do get your little lint, but I don't use the lint brushes that come with the sewing machines. I use a paintbrush, a very fine paintbrush. And that it just seems to scoop up the fluff a little bit more. If I just tip that forward, you can see inside there. That's what you're going to have to clean out, okay? And that's it. That's your maintenance. That's all you need to do. So no oil to put in it or anything like that. But I've got this warning here because I've taken the plate off. So if I slip this one on, it's normally recommended that you switch the machine off when you do this. So that goes in there. That goes in there. And then I have another alert here that says straight stitching needle plate is set. Please make sure the proper presser foot is attached. So it's very clever. And so that's my straight stitch foot. Oh, I need to take this one off completely. We're going to do it properly. So this one comes undone. So I need to take the ankle off, which is this bit here. So all of that comes off. Don't lose it. You don't get another one. And then straight stitch foot goes on. So it doesn't know the straight stitch foot's on, it's trusting you now. So I'm going to press the cross here, because we know about that now. And this is the selection of stitches that I have. So I can't go on to the decorative stitches, all greyed out. Can't choose any of those. I can only go for some of the quilting stitches. So I can't do satin stitches. I can't do the alphabet. Can't go into that one. But this is actually really important because it just means that you're not going to damage the machine. You're not going to break a needle. Breaking a needle is not the end of the world. You know, I always think that the needle's like a fuse. It's the first thing to go. They're replaceable. You would expect to break a needle at some point. You do get spares anyhow. So I can only do a straight stitch now, but it means I can sew very quickly and very accurately and very smoothly. I used a straight stitch machine years ago. It was a Singer one. Oh, it was amazing. It was so quick. Free motion embroidery. Oh, fantastic. If you've got curtains that you're sewing and you've got long line, you just want to get it done really quickly, amazing. That machine was about the price of this one. And I remember at the time thinking, oh, I'd love a straight stitch machine, but it only sews a straight stitch. I don't use a lot of decorative stitches, but I do like the occasional zigzag. And I might want to do a buttonhole, so I could not justify spending all of that money on a machine that only does one stitch. But you've got it here anyway. So try. You've got peace of mind of knowing that you're buying from one of the biggest sewing machine brands in the world. And that 2-year warranty as well. So well done. Lots of you have been ordering this today. Remember, we do, the price will be more when we sell through the stock that we have here. By about £650, I think. So may as well make the saving if you're in the market for it. Now this will be delivered directly from Elna as well. And I have to say they're very quick. I bought my daughter the little 570 that we don't have anymore. And it was with us within a couple of days. I had an email to say when it was coming and everything. Just letting me know that I need to put the right presser foot on, so I've done that. Now I've got all of the rest of those stitches ungrayed, so I can stitch whatever I like from those. You do get the cover. It's not a hard cover, but it's a semi-hard cover. And you will have the large extension table, which is actually too big for our table here as well, for £1,999. Well done. Now, if you have any questions, just let us know, drop us an email. There's always somebody here to pick up your emails, or you can message us on Facebook if you like. Or do you know, you can always get in touch with Elna if you need to. Have a look on YouTube as well, because they do have a YouTube channel. And there's lots of information about the different machines. And there's reviews as well, actually. There's a lot of reviews in America about the machine. The nice thing with these like unboxing type channels is that they say what they think. And the reviews that I've read have all been excellent for this machine. So, yeah, do keep in touch. Got any concerns? If you're very confident, yep, that's the machine for me, that's fine, you place your order. But if you are one of these people that sits on the fence thinking, I don't know, does it do this or will it do that or what happens if, then you've got support here and at Elna. Come and ask the question and we shall try to find an answer for you if we don't know. Now then, really busy. Nearly at the end of our live silly Sunday sewing morning. It's like Sunday school this morning. Look, we've learned lots about ducks and gin. We've had so many sellouts, and in fact the half birthday special sewing box has also now sold out, so that's gone. In fact, the only remaining half birthday offer we have are the scissors. Everything else is gone. And these are only available until midnight tonight at this price. So there's your dressmaking shears, and you have your little shop to the point scissors, your snips, and your pins, and your thimble, all in a lovely little presentation box. So what a great gift idea that would be as well. Easy to wrap and very affordable at just £11.99. That's a saving of £8. It's great, isn't it? And they're right-handed, so sorry if you're left-handed, but they're lightweight and comfortable. I do have some of these scissors at home. So those are your shears, those are your little scissors, and a thimble, and a packet of posh pins, all for £11.99. Oh, now then, the thread box. So I was just looking where to put things and where things are. 30 Gutermann threads. I've only got 3 left now. So next 3 people to check out, well done, you've got yours. In this box, we have 30, 50 weight, 100% polyester threads. Love the tin that they come in. That's so retro, isn't it? So lovely. All the colours of the rainbow and then more. And again, all 100% polyester in the weight that you're going to use more than anything, which is 50 weight, whether you're quilting or whether you're dressmaking. Personally, I'd keep these with the rest of my threads hanging on the wall, and I'd use the tin for something else. I love the tin. Or if you want to keep this to store your thread in, of course, when you run out of any, then you can simply replace it. And if you do run out of any of the threads, on the back of here are the code numbers for each one of those threads as well. So if you want to stock up on that particular thread, then that's quite useful information there on the back too. Right, not sure if or when we can get that back. So next 3 people to check out your baskets or place your order, you're going to get hold of yours. Anybody you know who sews would be over the moon to receive that as a gift. So where are we? August, September in a couple of weeks, heading towards Christmas. That's one present out of the bag, isn't it? Again, £39.99, working out at under £2 per spool of thread. I would happily pay £3, £3.50 for Gutermann thread. But £39.99 for all of those, that's all you're going to pay today. 30 reels of thread for £39.99, it's fabulous. Right, we do have we don't have many of these left either. It's not a heavy bag, it has got a sewing machine in it. With loads of room around it actually. Which one have we got? That's the 560. Which is a nice compact little machine, but as you can see, plenty of room in there. Not for this one, but for your average sewing machine would be fine. It's only £12.99. That is such an affordable price. So, for gifts, for storage, I like a separate pocket on my sewing machine bag because I don't want to keep anything next to my machine that's going to scratch it. So if I've got rulers, I can keep my rulers in here so it's not going to damage my sewing machine. If I'm carrying scissors, then I'll keep my scissors separate to my sewing machine. If I need something handy, if I want to keep hold of my patterns or directions, I can keep those in the packet. Thank you. In the front of the machine, in the pockets, so the packet's in the pockets, so that those are to hand at any point. If I need to keep a little bit of spare fabric in there, then I can just pop that in there as well. And if I need to keep my drink nice and handy, then actually I've got plenty of room at the side here to keep that in, like so, like that. So if you like to keep your foot pedal separate to the sewing machine, again we can keep that. Maybe the foot pedal can go in here. And I'll keep the plug in the pocket at the front because I don't want that to scratch the machine. If I'm doing a bit of dressmaking, I might want to put it on a coat hanger when I've finished. And I'm sure there's enough room in here to be able to store a coat hanger. I may want to have a cup of tea while I'm out, or maybe make myself a coffee, then I can keep my coffee pot in there as well. I've still got plenty of room. So I've got my sewing machine, my coat hanger, my cold water drink, and I've got my coffee. If I want, I can keep my pebbles. I'll put my pebble in the front down there because I've still got plenty of room, even when I just about fit that in there. If I just close that over there. I keep my spare microphone in here as well. That just goes in there. I do like to keep a dancing cactus with me at all times when I'm sewing. My remote control dancing cactus can actually go in here as well. So that's I don't know what that was. It's battery, I think, but still, we're still going. It's a bit like a TARDIS. I have my seam roll that can go in here. I've still got the sewing machine in here, look, but plenty. I can still just about do that up as well. So I've still got plenty of room for. I can put my micro stitch in there. So that fits in rather nicely. Getting a little bit full, but I've got enough room for my robin. I like to keep my robin with me as I'm travelling with my bag. Yeah, I've still got room for. I can maybe just about fit in a cutting mat. I can pop that down the side down there. That's just about full. Oh, I can put some sprays in. So my grippy spray can go there, and my 404, yeah, plenty of room here, and my 505. So I think, oh yes, I'm just about to do that, I think. Probably some room for some threads in here as well, because they can fit in the top there like that. Right. So, including the sewing machine, in you go. That is, oh, just about do that up. Strong zips as well. There. Whew. So that's I'm never going to be able to move. So that's everything that I need for an average day's sewing as well. Particularly important is the dancing cactus, but plenty of room inside there for yours. Shall we look what's coming up tomorrow? We've got more dressmaking. Now, Pattern Preacher is a brand new pattern company that we're launching with you at 8 o'clock in the morning with Vicky. And we're going to be launching with the Olivia dress. Cushions from Inspiring Improv by Nicholas Ball is coming up at 9 o'clock, and that's Sarah Bowler. At 10 o'clock, Pattern Preacher, we've got more patterns from that brand new company. Sienna Trousers is at 10, and then we have a Magic Carpet lap quilt at 11 o'clock in the morning, and the So Different Everyday Chic dress, which we sold out of. May or may not be coming up at 12 o'clock tomorrow. So I'm going to see you bright and early next Sunday morning. So we'll have another interesting day at Sewing Street, hopefully, with Silly Sunday School on a Sunday morning. So hopefully you'll be able to join me then. But enjoy the rest of your Sunday, enjoy the rest of your week. I'll see you again next week. Bye-bye.